ready yet. I lack the needed hand. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare. No precious matter. I'm not ready yet. I'm low on precious matter. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare that. I lack the needed mana. I'm not ready yet.
I have come to these caves to be in service for my master. He has promised me both life and blood. Resilience is the world's promise. I crave such strength. I must weak into a world that has no tolerance for it. I continue to be weak to feed my master. But I know that one day, soon, I will be reinforced his evil and his ally and his kin. This day will come. This day will come.
I'm out of mana. I need time. I'm not ready yet.
This time, astronomers have been slowly accepting the Big Bang theory of the universe, the view that the cosmos
Out of mana. I need time. I'm not ready yet. ready yet.
Now, knowing the location of the object, astronomers dug back through archival photographic
I need
evidence.
time.
Earlier generation of astronomers
I need time to prepare that.
changed brightness. Years, the object was
Clear. Leave it alone, Bubbas.
I'm not ready yet. I'm low on precious matter.
You're safe.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey. Hey. Come here. No. 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 No.
so far becomes dominated by several influences
No.
convenience,
Go. 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 No.
debate over the true astronauts believe that the original interpretation was correct. These were
I need time to prepare that.
and incredibly distant objects. They could not explain how.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Quasars.
I need time to prepare that.
Distant observations revealing the nature of the younger universe, these observations tell us that quasars were only active in the past, now on quiet. This idea fits perfectly with the Big Bang, because we expect the universe to change as it evolves through time. Our dawning understanding of the age and size of the universe helped paint a portrait of a gigantic cosmos, easily accommodate the distances to even the most far-flung quasar. And so, astronomers were left with little choice. They had to accept that these strange, intense objects were truly far away, and truly bizarrely bright. As news of the discovery of in the popular imagination, public interest skyrocketed, with writers using the term to elicit a sense of strangeness and remoteness. Reading new nursery rhymes from a child, you can take the words of legendary physicist George Gamow. Twinkle, twinkle, was I star, biggest puzzle from afar. Now, unlike the other ones, brighter than a billion suns.
Hey.
Twinkle, twinkle, was I star.
Get down. Clear. Get down.
Meanwhile, astronomers discovered more and more quasars, including ones that were both unusually bright and really dim. The very brightest ones
No,
were
leave it.
named lasers. Others weren't emitting any radio waves at all, but somehow extremely bright in X-ray radiation. And as radio astronomy became more sophisticated, astronomers were able to capture small, finer details. The most famous example was Cygnus A, one of the brightest radio objects in the entire sky. Initially thought to be an exotic radio star when it was first discovered, By the 1950s, astronomers realized it was far stranger. The central core of Cygnus A was a galaxy that extended hundreds of thousands of light years away from that core on two thin jets, ending in gigantic bubbles streaming radio emission. All of these strange objects, whether loud or quiet in the radio, whether relatively nearby or extremely distant, shared one thing in common. Their cores were all corrupt. In some cases, the nuclei of the galaxies outshone all of the hundreds of billions of stars within the galaxies themselves. The brightest of these cores indicated an enormous amount of activity, unknown origin. Without knowing the true explanation, astronomers conceived of a brand new term to encompass them all: active galactic nuclei. So what was going on at the cores of these galaxies? Why were some the most luminous objects in the universe, while others were relatively quiet? What generated the radio emissions, and why did some blast out X-ray radiation? Astronomers have discovered a zoo of active galaxies throughout the cosmos, with a dizzying and confusing array of galactic cores. Something must generate the energies needed to make the brightest of them outshine 1,000 galaxies at once. Something must enable them to be seen in distant reaches of the far universe. These active galactic nuclei must have something in common. It's clear that something their cores. And so to understand what drives these, the most powerful engines in the known universe, we have to look a little closer. Light years away. Monster. You can know it by looking at it. You can see this monster with our eyes. You can see it with telescopes. Well, even decades ago, we knew that something strange was there. When we look out at the sky on a dark, clear night, we can see the band of the Milky Way. The Milky Way is brightest in the direction of the constellation Sagittarius, and it's there that astronomers discovered the core of the galaxy. Radio astronomers began the first hesitant exploration of the sky. They also found a bright source of radio emission coming from this planet. These astronomers built a catalog of radio sources and the brightest object in each constellation in alphabetical order. And so the bright source in Sagittarius, known as Sagittarius A. Still later, more detailed observations revealed an exceptionally bright, point-like object buried within the larger Sagittarius A complex. Because the discovery was exciting, as excited states and atoms get numbered with an asterisk, the modern name of the object at the very center.
I cannot do that here.
Sagittarius, a star. It was the same problem posed by the distant quasars with much closer coming. What could the have? Were its radio emissions coming from the center of the galaxy? Deep within the core of Sagittarius A star, astronomers found stars, pinpricks of light dancing and swirling. Repeated observations showed that the stars were orbiting around some unseen companion, bound by chains of gravity to something massive, something dark. Simple calculations of orbital mechanics revealed the mass of the central object, causing scientists to acknowledge the existence of an entity weighing over 4 million solar masses. Debates swirled for decades, and eventually only one plausible answer remained. Sagittarius A star was a supermassive black hole. Black holes are common throughout the universe, most the leftover remnant of a massive star. These black holes are usually relatively small, weighing only a few times the mass of the Sun. But the mysterious object at the center of our galaxy weighed millions of times the mass. How could such a giant black hole form? How could it find itself at the center of our galaxy? In 2022, all debate on its identity was put to rest when the Event Horizon Telescope unveiled this stunning image of Sagittarius A star. Using a network of telescopes spanning the entire globe, the Event Horizon telescope team spent years carefully combining and correlating that data. The result, a blurry, low-resolution image of the true nightmare sitting between the galaxy's heart. A fuzzy ring of superheated plasma swirls around an evacuated core of pure blackness. At the very center lies the black hole itself, its event horizon preventing any background light from traveling through it. But the immense mass of the supermassive black hole distorts gravity to such a degree, light behind the black hole will instead curve up around the event horizon, leaving us clearly behind the monster. The black hole itself appears larger than it really is, again due to the extreme warping of space-time. Out of sight, it would move graze past the edge of the event horizon and instead wrap around it. From our perspective, the globe of the black hole unfolds itself, revealing every angle of it in a single image, reducing, zooming, to shadow. That extreme gravity, capable of bending and distorting light like a funhouse mirror, reaches out to the surroundings of the black hole. Stars that whip too close to the event horizon risk falling. If they pass within a critical distance, the gravitational forces tear the star apart, in a process called a tidal disruption event. Most of the gas, however, settles into a distant orbit around the black hole. 25,000 light-years worth of gas and dust sit between us and the center of our galaxy. That gas and dust scatters but absorbs most wavelengths of light, preventing us from seeing the Sagittarius A complex directly. Indeed, if we could, it would be one of the brightest objects in the sky. Radio waves, however, pass through the interstellar medium relatively unaffected, which is why we saw versions of trouble when we turned our radio observatories. Despite the fearsome radiation pouring out of the gas surrounding it, the black hole itself was relatively quiet. There was nothing but the distant quasars with their luminosities millions of times higher. Indeed, except for a faint smudge of radio emission outside our galaxy, we wouldn't even know that a supermassive black hole was there. But still, the question is asked, could these be related? Could black holes power the quasars? If our galaxy hosted a supermassive black hole, others could it too? As cosmologists began to understand the Big Bang theory fully, we realized that structural building of this had to happen slowly. There were only small differences in density across the cosmos, with hardly any variations. But over the course of hundreds of millions of years, those density differences grew. At large, cosmological scales, the only force that really matters is gravity. A patch of matter with a slightly higher density will attract its neighbors, pulling more matter onto it. That will give it an even stronger gravitational pull, which will in turn pull even more matter towards it, and so on, in a never-ended feedback loop that drives small structures to become big ones, leading eventually to the first stars, clusters, and galaxies. All this gravitational action leads to incredibly high densities in the cores of these structures. It's simply where matter piles up the most. The cores of galaxies host many stars, and those stars are much more massive than average. They live short lives and quickly die, becoming black holes. And packed into such small volumes, the black holes quickly merge together, their sizes growing out of control, becoming supermassive. The idea that black holes could power quasars was first proposed in 1964, just a year after the identification of the first quasar itself. But most astronomers rejected the idea outright. After all, at the time, black holes were considered a wild and probably unphysical hypothesis. Einstein's general relativity was certainly a radical reshaping of our understanding of gravity, but that didn't mean that every corner of its mathematical structures had to be replicated in the universe. The concept that matter could compress so tightly that no other force could withstand it was outlandish. Surely some process would stop a dead star from catastrophically collapsing into a point of infinite density. But then astronomers came across an intriguing system, known today as Cygnus X1. bright source of X-ray radiation in the constellation Cygnus the Swan. Astronomers spent years trying to understand how this star could produce so many X-rays, until observations later in 1972 by astronomers Louise Webster, Paul Murdin, and Charles Thomas Bolton revealed that it was not one star, but two. The X-rays came not from the invisible companion itself, but from the swirling plasma surrounding it. Detailed observations of that plasma allowed astronomers to calculate the mass, and more importantly, the density of that companion. Whatever it was more compact than any known star, and more compact than any star possibly could be. Famed astrophysicist Stephen Hawking even bet against the possibility of Cygnus X1 containing a black hole, saying in his book, A Brief History of Time, that, when we made the bet in 1975, we were 80% certain that Cygnus X1 was a black hole. By now, 1988, I would say that we are about 95% certain. But the bet has yet to be settled. 10 years later, he finally conceded defeat. Cygnus X1 was the first confirmed black hole. With black holes known to exist, everything clicked into place. The universe readily created stellar mass black holes. These black holes would merge and consume material, swelling them to epic proportions. And these giants would find themselves in the centers of most, if not all, galaxies. And so observations confirmed that everywhere we looked, every galaxy hosted a supermassive black hole. We couldn't see them, they were, and continue to be, too far away to allow us to monitor their orbiting stars directly. And for all the sophistication of the Event Horizon Telescope, besides our own Sagittarius A star, it has only managed to capture an image of one other galactic core. But astronomers could use the brightness of the quasars themselves as a way to measure the mass of their central black holes. If supermassive black holes did power quasars, then they could use Doppler shifting to estimate the black hole's mass. But for this to work, the black holes had to somehow power the quasars. How could they do that if black holes are purely gravitational? How could something that only pulls on the surrounding matter produce such fearsome energies? The red klaxons blare, and a moment later you feel your ship shuddering, jolting uncontrollably. The stresses on the hull are almost too much, threatening their integrity. Together with the alerts flashing on your display comes a new, ominous warning chime. A flood of cosmic rays have struck the ship, microscopic particles slipping through the molecular structures and straight into the hearts of the crew. But you are determined to go on. You push your ship forward, allowing it to slip into the swirl of plasma in a relativistic frenzy. You don't even bother trying to control it anymore, as the forces here are so strong, so far beyond known physics that there's no choice but to give in to their mercy. The ship is in uncontrolled freefall. A quick glance at a side readout reveals what you already suspected. The external temperature is reaching millions of degrees, with the internal life support systems beginning to fail. Gripping the armrest, you can do nothing but watch as system after system fails. Frustrated, you swipe away the warnings. There's nothing new they can tell you. After yet another final lurch, one strong enough to throw you against your restraints to the point of bruising, comes a sudden relief. Silence. You bring up the warnings. They're clear. The temperature outside has plummeted to nearly absolute zero. Cosmic rays have vanished, the radiation subsided. Your ship is still in free fall, but stabilized, no longer tumbling. You activate the external cameras. Shielding retracts, revealing the optics, sending their feed directly to your display. And there, dead ahead, you see it. Or rather, you don't. The reason you launched this mission to the center of the galaxy in the first place. The black hole. Paths within the cores of galaxies are complicated, busy places. Centers. You're far more stars than average, compressed into uncomfortably relatively small volumes, like city dwellers crammed into tiny apartments, street after street. There are also far more aging red giants located here, testament to the ability of the crews of galaxies to produce greater numbers than most massive
Out of mana.
retinue in service to their master of the center.
I need time to prepare.
Supernova detonation, gravitational tidal interactions, and more dead star hard. It remains scattered among the places of the stars. Much long. Cold dust, choking ring of small ants. Wide around the melting radius of the dust, and wide elements of anti-Taurus, and so cold that the molecules of dust the word travel you can't notice that you can get without this Taurus exterior cores, as it efficiently retrieves next to the radiation. Look from above or below.
Experiment number 7. Raised another undead today. Excellent specimen. Technique improving. Full
While
mobility
calm and
this time.
non-violent itself, that ring of
Directed
dust
to
signals
move
an
us
important transition
All
point
ended up in
in the
trouble.
galaxy. Environment, suburbs, physics dominated by gravitational and electromagnetic galaxy at large. In the ring, one thing matters.
But too expensive for
Supermassive.
resource. The studies go well.
Central landmark, giant, lots of travel. Even the largest one is originally 1% of the mass, then comes far, massive single objects within the galaxy. Far away from it, a growing solar system is away from track territory star, you will notice that within the field of dust, rather than the black hole.
I'm not ready yet.
This reveals the black hole gravity dictates the motion of the star in
out of
clump
mana.
of gas, every speck of dust. It's here that some stars create the motion brings reduction. Their atoms join the trains of gas on their dreadful march towards the event horizon. Closer to the black hole, that gas motion which gets lost in the gas is chemical function and incredible driven by the extreme gravitational environment. In this process, it releases an incredible amount of energy. In a simple act,
I need time to prepare that.
and to get an estimate of the amount of energy released, we look at something called
I need time
binding
to
energy.
prepare that.
To understand binding energy, imagine wanting to move a pile of stones sitting at the bottom of a valley. To move the pile, first imagine stone.
I need
How much
time
energy you need for the entire task by calculating the potential energy of the stones. Now imagine putting these stones in the bottom of the valley and
I need time.
effectively destroying the process. Energy needs to obliterate our planet.
I'm not ready
Black
yet.
hole. Imagine dragging a particle from the event horizon all the way out to a distance of a few thousand light years, fighting against the gravity of the black hole the entire time. That is the binding energy of the particle hole, which is equal to the energy released in the particle field typical supermassive black hole. Energy is roughly equal to the rest of its energy. This puts process doesn't need to run out of energy.
I'm not ready
It
yet.
will release a slow
I need time.
The radiation pushes the gas, heating it up even more and sending it away from the black hole. When the gas pushed away, it can't continue heating, and so the radiation dissipates. All the gas cools down again,
I'm not ready
allowing it to condense to leave the black hole and repeat the radiation process. This allows the inflation action of the piston in cartridge, keeping the flow of gas in check,
I'm not
suddenly
ready
crashing into the black hole all at once, keeping quasars shining.
They've been feeding on me.
That's
Please,
wrapped around supermassive black holes. Surrounding gas coming towards the black hole.
I'm not ready yet.
Ice materials speed up as well as the black hole. Eventually, it's slowly, easy by centrifugal acceleration. The planet will already star. And so soon enough, the collection of orbiting gas and dust
I need time.
is going to push around. With that conforming compression, the gas and vibration of potential energy surround the black hole and the friction and radiation. The mass of material cramming into
such power.
this when our ultraviolet wavelength electrons and protons accelerated to nearly the speed of light. Those microscopic bullets can occasionally strike a wandering low-energy photon at infrared or visible wavelengths. And when that happens, the particles transfer their energy to the photons, turning them into high-energy X-rays. The intense heat of the disk causes the cold atoms and molecules to unbind themselves, forming an electrically charged plasma, the same state of matter as lightning. These rapidly moving electric charges around the black hole create a magnetic field, and very quickly it generates the conditions needed to power a dynamo, a seemingly infinite supply of energy that can turn a small magnetic field into something devastating. Initially, within the disk, the magnetic field lines follow the motion of the gas, swirling in rapid circles around the black hole. But the innermost regions of the disk rotate far faster than the outer regions, forcing the magnetic field lines to coil up on themselves, storing up a tremendous amount of energy. The motion of the gas within the disk isn't steady. Instead, it's chaotic and turbulent.
I'm not ready.
River, the gas tightly corroding with the back and forth, swirling constantly. Gas takes away from the disk, the magnetic field like a string. In rotation from one section of the disk to another, twists that loop of magnetic field around itself. The action of rotation eventually stretches that magnetic field back down into the disk. This is a dynamo at work, which turns chaotic, turbulent motion into an increasingly strong magnetic field around the black hole. Normally, magnetic fields don't affect the motions of matter, except in very small ways. As the magnetic forces ratchet up within the accretion disk surrounding the giant black hole, leading to dominate motion material. The closer the gas gets to the black hole, the more unstable the orbits become. So instead of the distance down to the circular orbit, the gas is below that orbit. Most of the gas falling towards the black hole ends its life at the event horizon, or the we see again. The sun gets caught in the twisting and winding paths of the magnetic field lines. Their force is so strong that they channel and guide the gas as it falls. But how does this lead to the radar pinpricks we see in the distant sky? That is still a mystery. One hypothesis is called the Blandford-Snartek process, named after the two physicists who came up with the idea. The key to this idea is the fact that the black hole itself is rotating. When it does, it drags space-time in the region around it, and moving a heavy coffee table twists the rock beneath. This region, called the ergosphere, forces any object entering into it to rotate along the black hole. This includes magnetic fields. Strong twisting the field to make a magnetic field protection above and below the black hole. Following those magnetic field lines and plunging below the event horizon, some just barely scratch the surface, accelerated by the extreme magnetic field in the ergosphere. Following the field lines, the charged particles drift away from the black hole and turn along.
Time.
Radiation is primarily radio waves and speed from the fundamental origin of quasars.
I'm not ready yet.
Partly dense and incredibly powerful, accelerating speed of light, they race out of the galactic core and feed the galaxy together, switching for a light. Eventually, however, spin particles interacting with the galactic region surrounds the galaxy. The planet stop with a high-pressure zone of charged particles. These bubbles transfer heat all the way from the innermost regions surrounding the supermassive black holes into the volumes of the galaxy, which constrict That is how powerful they are. Only can be seen from across the cosmos. Things like the temperature and clusters, the largest gravitationally bound objects in the universe. This picture involves a supermassive black hole blowing dust surrounding them, which canvas backed by outflows, displaying almost every exhibition of the galaxy. This is the central core of the galaxy If we happen to be looking directly down the barrel of the jet, we get the most extreme emission. Naturally, these seem like completely different objects. But over time, we realize that they're really just different perspectives of the same kind of creature. But what of other active galaxies that aren't even found in the radio spectrum? The solution here is that not every galactic core is active. To power a quasar, the black hole needs to feed. Without a supply of new material, the entire system shuts down. No gravitational collapse, no accretion disk, no twisting magnetic fields, no relativistic jets, no nothing. This picture also explains why we see no quasars in the nearby universe. Active galactic nuclei can last for incredibly long times. The longest running quasars can run for over 1 million years. They require constant streams of new material to feed their fires. The early universe was much smaller than it is today, with galaxies much closer together and undergoing frequent mergers. With every merger, new material finds its way to the center of the galaxy, setting off a feeding event, a new round of quasar activity. But today, with the universe much older and far larger, galaxy mergers do not happen often. With no new supplies of gas, we see no quasars in the local cosmos. Indeed, our own galactic core is quiet. Although Sagittarius A star hosts stars, dust, and gas around it, it's a relatively empty region compared to the cores of quasars. But this was not always the case. In 2010, astronomers using the Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope identified two gigantic regions stretching above and below the galactic plane, each one over 50,000 light years across. Computer simulations revealed what caused them: a feeding event several million years ago. Whether it was a cluster of stars or a wandering clump of interstellar gas that met its end in the hungry maw of Sagittarius A star, our black hole destroyed it quickly, shredding it into an accretion disk around the event horizon. And then the same physics went to work. The accretion disk energized a powerful magnetic field, which created jets and launched relativistic particles away from the galaxy, where they still sit today. Indeed, it seems that every galaxy has gone through at least one active phase, spending some of its life cycle as a quasar, with the central core of the galaxy, barely a few light years across, outshining not just its own galaxies, but thousands of galaxies combined.
I cannot
But
do that
despite
here.
our growing comprehension of the incredibly energetic forces powering these vast dynamos, the quasars we see are still too bright. The supermassive black holes that serve as their gravitational power sources are also very, very big. Too big. They are not the only issues. Astronomers continue to discover quasars appearing in the earlier and earlier universe. Too early. Quasars seem impossibly big and impossibly bright, existing impossibly early in the history of the cosmos. What does this mean? Everything about quasars is the very definition of extreme. The largest known supermassive black hole weighs over 66 billion solar masses. If you were to place that black hole in our own solar system, with its singularity at the center, by the time you reach the orbit of Pluto, it would be less than 1% of the way to its event horizon. We currently know of around 1 million active quasars, and suspect that there are at least 10 million more in the observable universe yet to be seen, each one pumping out more energy than the thousands of galaxies combined, each one a fierce engine of plasma and radiation. Quasars are independent
I'm not ready yet.
first. System-known quasar, J0213-1006, firing when our universe was only 660 million years old.
I need time.
Physicists aren't quite sure how black holes are the only way that they're sure how black holes the liquid behind black holes normally needs to be contained. There, the black holes black holes, especially massive ones, don't merge in the at least theoretically. Eventually, when two black holes encounter one another, interactions with their environments allow them to draw closer together. And eventually, all that's left between them is their own gravity. The black holes wind around each other, they emit gravitational waves, switching out of the system and allows the black holes to smooth.
I need time.
Black holes are within 3 closely together, and black growing to keep on their bless you. Despite this, who knows? Detectors signature within space-time from merger events with gravitational
I'm not ready yet.
detectors. From a scan of black hole, and you can find a galaxy having something merger events. So although the universe is clearly solved by a problem, we however, even the most optimistic estimates for black hole production were the rates current from the largest and earliest quasars. That leaves the crucial if black holes this massive. Once again, we run into problems. The same seesaw of radiation black holes around, quasars illuminated for millions of years, prevent large amounts of gas from reaching the black hole quickly. This process is known as the end of not hard to find the universe. If black holes are to reach supermassive status, they want to find a clever way around this and somehow shove extra material through the event horizon without heating it up to the point that it escapes the vicinity of the black hole.
I'm not ready yet.
Handling this problem is the lack of observational evidence of intermediate mass black holes. These black holes shoot in mass range well above stellar mass black holes, which were only at 47 times the mass of the Sun, below supermassive black holes, which weigh millions to billions of masses. These in-between class black holes everywhere, presenting an intermediate state of stellar mass
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Our understanding of black holes.
I'm not ready yet.
It is the dominant ball of matter in the universe, making up roughly 80% of the mass of every sun's galaxy. But in the simplest models of dark matter, it doesn't interact with itself. So, after the heat together, it's still galaxy. Complicated, this mysterious form of matter is capable of small,
I'm not ready yet.
infrequent interaction with itself. This included gravity,
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Another possibility is our assumption about star formation by these cosmos
I need time.
when the group is set to size, it will use efficiently ventilate, collapse. That efficient cooling depends on the presence of heavy elements to radiate away
Something's happening with darkness.
The early
Shadows
however,
rolling through the
lack
grass.
such heavy elements.
I shit.
Massive stars have to live behind voltage these. As stars is the size of the massive sun
When the scales are
those
in
giant
places
stars die,
I know,
they will leave behind much larger
curves,
and the solution maybe black holes with us. This scenario, the exotic conditions of the transition first seconds in the history of the universe, spawned
I
countless
awaken,
small black
and the
holes
snake is at my
known
feet,
as primordial black
waiting.
holes. Though many observations have ruled out the existence of black holes like
I'm
these,
not ready yet.
there is still the possibility of their existence. supermassive black hole particles together. In the early 2000s, astronomers it's not just simply a matter of every known galaxy hosting a supermassive black hole at its center, but the properties of that black hole are closely linked to the properties of the host galaxy. For example, the greater the black hole mass, the higher the temperature in the galactic core, and the higher the stellar velocity within. And the larger the black hole is, the more massive the overall galaxy is. And so it appears that supermassive black holes don't evolve independently of their host galaxies, and turning on and off quasar activity plays a key role in that self-regulating connection. If a galaxy accretes a lot of material, either by gravitationally attracting gas in its surroundings, or by cannibalizing another galaxy, that galaxy now has a lot of new material to boost star formation. But a lot of that material winds its way into the core, which turns into an accretion disk and launches a jet, turning the core of the galaxy into a quasar. All that radiation envelops the black hole's host galaxy, heating the entire contents of its interstellar medium. If the gas is too hot, stars can't form efficiently. This means that what would have been a burst of sudden star formation turns into a steady trickle. But this is good for the galaxy. Too much star formation at once would use up all the available reservoirs of gas, which would ultimately end star formation too soon. But the quasar acts like a brake, preventing too many stars from forming in a short period of time. It seems almost every galaxy has gone through a quasar phase. These galaxies continue to regularly pump out new stars at a predictable, efficient rate. This quasar back and forth explains the relationship between galaxies and their supermassive black holes. When the galaxy grows larger, so does the black hole, and feedback from the quasar keeps star formation in check. And this also applies to our own galaxy. The Milky Way grew from countless mergers and cannibalizations of smaller galaxies, and each one of these interactions could have flooded the galaxy with so much new material that star formation became uncontrolled, using up all the available gas in just a few 100 million years. But Sagittarius A star kept us in check, preventing stars from forming too quickly. Indeed, it could be that without Sagittarius A star activating as a quasar deep in our distant past, then our own sun may never have formed, and we may never have been here. But this happy equilibrium will not last long. In 5 billion years, our galaxy will begin to merge with our nearest neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. Our two supermassive black holes will find each other and also merge. Material, tattered remnants of stars and nebulae destroyed by the gravitational forces of the merger will find its way into the new core. When it does, the slumbering giant in the center will reawaken, activating its mighty engines of gravity and magnetic fields, and pouring its tirelessly fierce radiation into the new galaxy, snuffing out any hopes of peace and quiet for ages. You've been watching the entire history of the universe. Don't forget to like and subscribe and leave us a comment to tell us what you think. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
cannot do that here.
On the morning of December 7, 1941, the enemy terrorist was pulling hard behind it. The signalman saw something very strange.
It's following in the wake, and it looks awful like the shape of a submarine conning tower in its fall.
The authorities sent a message that this was some kind of continuing version.
The U.S. authorities fired upon the mini submarine.
Gun number 1 box, gun number 3 box, and the shell hit right between the sail and the hull. The submarine died.
Crew of
I need
U.S.
time.
Warner didn't know it yet, but they had just fired the first American shot of the Second World War.
The surprise Japanese attack has killed nearly 2,400 people and changed the course of history.
How could such a small island nation take an
I need time.
suicidal step?
Nobody was brave enough to say, look, this is a crazy plan.
It was Japan's version of the atomic bomb. It's one of those crucial days. Like the attack on the Twin Towers on September the 11th. You know
So you
the
feel
world
it
won't be
too.
the same.
I offer heed, light protect.
In this series to mark the 80th anniversary of the attack, we hear from some of the last remaining survivors.
Fire will burn all houses. That was finished amongst the man.
He tried to stand up. When we walked over to him, he was dead.
We bring together the foremost experts in the field to reveal the mistakes and missed opportunities we could have averted the attack.
Washington sent all of its commanders a message that was unprecedented in American naval history. That message simply said, this dispatch is to be considered a war.
And reveal how events unfolded, minute by minute.
I'm not ready yet.
Plenty worth keeping.
An enormous naval armada is gathering in a remote location at Hidden Bay in the North Pacific. The location is so secret that only a handful of thousands of Japanese know their destination.
On board the Japanese ships, there's just wild speculation as to where they might be headed. This could be another training exercise. Many of the men thought maybe it's an attack on the Americans and the Aleutians, complicating war. They really had no idea.
On board one of the 6 aircraft carriers is 23-year-old torpedo bomber Kazumitsu Ichioka. Now 103, he is one of the last remaining Japanese survivors of the March attack. The fleet that's assembled aims to carry out one of the most complex and ambitious operations in the history of naval warfare. They plan to sail a fleet of aircraft carriers 3,500 miles across an ocean and attack the whole of the U.S. Pacific Fleet on the Hawaiian island of Oahu.
But that ain't what they're planning to attack the naval harbor to destroy the US Pacific Fleet. They're also going to attack all the airfields on Oahu Island as well.
艦長が9時4年やりました。暴虐不遜なる米国に対し、12月8日を期して戦争したっていうことを、まず私の体の血液が頭から全部デッキに吸い込まれたような感じになりました。これはいよいよ行かなくちゃならない。大戦争になる。帰ってこれないなと思ってすぐそういうことを思いました。
The attack on Pearl Harbor will be the first in a wave of attacks across the Pacific as Japan seeks to establish an empire. They have already invaded large parts of northeastern China and need oil to continue their expansion.
Japan is an island nation, and many of their main product and resources, especially oil, had to be imported. And the United States was one of the main people to provide that.
When Japan invades French Indochina in 1940, America has had enough. In August 1941, it cuts off Japan's oil supply.
Military strategists started thinking, oh, we really need to look farther than Indochina because we really need oil.
Diplomatic negotiations between Washington and Tokyo, in theory, still carries on. The military junta that was leading Japan concluded that they were not going to gain access to the reserves it needed by negotiations. The only way was by violence.
To get oil, Japan plans to invade the oil-rich Dutch East Indies. But there's a snag.
They knew the United States would be the power that would get in their way, especially because the United States occupied the Philippines.
So it was already set. They were going to take the Philippines. And in order to be able to take the Philippines, they had to first wipe the American Pacific Fleet off the map.
Sunrise in Pearl Harbor, the home of America's Pacific Fleet. More than 90 ships are based here in its natural harbor, as well as 84,000 servicemen on the island of Oahu.
Honolulu was a great posting. If you were an American serviceman, there was no better place to be posted than Honolulu right before the war. Lovely climate, nice people. There's bars and restaurants and the beach and, you know, lots to do if you're a serviceman.
It's been just 9 months since Admiral Husband Kimmel took over as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet in February 1941.
Admiral Husband Kimmel was an efficient, very well-organized admiral. He's the type of person to be more admired than liked, perhaps, but he was also incredibly well-respected because he became the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet above many other senior admirals.
Kimmel was really dedicated to training and to exercises, activities that were going to be needed to prepare the United States for war that everybody knew was coming.
Luke Conter is a 20-year-old quartermaster on the battleship USS Arizona, based at Pearl Harbor.
We've been out there for 20 months training. We were highly trained for anything that happened. Everything was training for war, live ammunition and everything else. So it was all instilled in you.
But it wasn't the readiness of his men that would be tested first. It was Kimmel's own instincts as a commander. On November the 27th, he receives intelligence warning of an attack somewhere in the Pacific.
The war warning said Japanese intentions are not known. Their actions are going to be unpredictable. Just be prepared.
Pitakapu Bay in the northern Pacific. The Japanese strike force, or Kido Butai, is now at full strength and sets off for Hawaii.
As Kido Butai crossed the Pacific, the 6 carriers were in a box formation. Out on the flanks were the heavy cruisers and the 2 battleships.
Washington, President Roosevelt is alerted to a decoded internal Japanese diplomatic message, signaling their intention to pull out of peace talks.
There were instructions in that message for Japanese embassies to begin burning documents, destroying their code books, destroying their code machines. That too suggests a sort of finality to the negotiation process that has been ongoing all this fall.
Roosevelt is very seriously alarmed when he reads this message, and he turns to his naval aide who gives it to him and says, "What do you think this means?" And he says, "Well, if there was 1 in 1,000 chance of keeping the peace yesterday, today it's only 1 in 1,000,000.
Saturday night before Pearl Harbor is a typical night out on the town for a lot of these servicemen. They're out drinking, they're eating, they're spending time with their friends. And there's a battle of the bands that is also occurring.
It was a competition among all the battleships there, and I think we had gone through about half of them, and our band was still in first place. We would play a lot of march music or light classical music and maybe a little Latin music here or there. We were the favorite band there. The last number we played, I think, was named White Heat. It was fast and loud. The winner was judged by applause, so I think we had more crew there all the time. So we were still in first place.
The Japanese strike force is now 400 miles from Hawaii. On the bridge of the Japanese aircraft carrier Akagi, Vice Admiral Nagumo receives a final message from the spy in Pearl Harbor.
On the eve of this attack, it doesn't look like there are going to be any American aircraft carriers in the harbor. That's a real disappointment. But at the same time, there's also an understanding that there are plenty of battleship targets and other worthy targets there.
出発する前の夜は特にやっぱ落ち着いていましてですね、死ぬということに関してはですね、飛行機で乗って出たらもう確実出してならないと普段から思っていますので、特にですね、ハワイ行くので死ぬということを怖いと思わなかった。
Then, just outside Pearl Harbor, US sailors spot an unusual submarine-like vessel in the defensive area.
It was always that thought that the wooden fin modifications on the aerial torpedoes would not work. So the Japanese had a backup plan in the form of 5 miniature submarines.
Pearl Harbor is an experiment of new military devices that has been not used in the Second World War until that time. One of the weapons developed was a midget submarine. They would be carried by mother submarines and launched.
They're about 80 feet long, 6 feet wide at the widest part, and they're very, very cramped. There's only 2 people inside of the sub, very, very hot conditions. It's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of the sub, and basically the whole purpose of them is to sneak into Pearl Harbor to have torpedo power.
caused enough concern that maybe something was going to happen at 1 o'clock that Washington began to prepare messages for Hawaii and elsewhere to alert them to the significance of that.
Such vital warning messages would normally be sent straight through military channels. But there's a problem.
The problem was that radio circuits between Washington and Seoul were not good that morning, so they had to resort by commercial means.
The crucial message is sent via Western Union Standard. It won't arrive in Hawaii until 7:33 a.m., just 15 minutes before the Japanese attack.
So the staff there had immediate priority messages.
Any time.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time.
Their plan is to fly in two waves, one after the other, with the torpedo bombers starting the attack on the harbor and the airfields being hit straight after.
The first wave has 40 torpedo bombers, which would try to sink the American battleships, and then there were 50 horizontal high-level bombers to attack the inboard battleships.
They are supported by 9 bombers and fighters, and are led by Commander
I need time. I need time to prevent that.
And they fired at it. Their first shot opened, but then their second shot hit. And they're pretty sure they did something, whatever they did. The crew of the USS Warren didn't know it yet, but they had just fired the first American shot of the
A missile sent into Pearl Harbor via fire from Death Star, the submarine operating in the U.S. Sea. That message, unfortunately, was only
There's been so many instances of reports of subs that turn out to be gold that this report really doesn't go anywhere.
Upon a point on the northern tip of Oahu, radar operators spot what appears to be a large number of planes approaching rapidly.
I'm not ready yet.
Private Joseph Lockhart, Fort Elliott of the Aircraft Warning Service, noticed a large target which appeared on their oscilloscopes. It was larger than any other sighting they had seen before. And they watched it for a few minutes and they said, we really do need to report this.
13 minutes after the sighting, they call a switchboard operator who relays the message to the officer in charge, First Lieutenant Steiner.
Flights of American
I'm not ready
B-17s
yet.
came in from the West Coast.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Sabotage by the Japanese American residents far more than they feared attack by airplanes. So the military handed the Japanese on a platter airplanes they could easily destroy.
We tried to move some of them. We got to pulling them apart because some of them were burning, so they would catch each other on fire.
The results are tremendous damage to the Americans. Burning hangars, destroyed aircraft, lots and lots of smoke, certainly casualties.
I got burning getting out, and then sort of through the gasoline burning off the water. We had 3 or 4 flames on the water.
I'm not ready yet.
At this point, with the Japanese level bombers, torpedo bombers, and all approaching Pearl Harbor, not playing in the sky from the American side, it's pretty clear that there
not ready yet. While I'm in town. Not while I'm in town.
How can I help? I can break that down. Greetings, traveler.
while I'm in town.
The surprise Japanese attack that killed nearly 2,400 people and led to America entering World War II.
It's one of those crucial days in history. But the attack on the Twin Towers on September the 11th, you know the world won't be the same after as it had been before.
In this episode, the attack on the harbour begins.
Fire was burning all around the deck, and your skin would come off your hands.
He tried to stand up. When we walked over to him, he was dead.
信じないから、ほとんどですね、もう帰ってくれないということは、100% なんだと思ってました。
In just 30 minutes, 183 Japanese bombers and fighters will wipe out almost all the Pacific Fleet's battleships.
About 1 million pounds of propellant goes up in a flash. Arizona is completely destroyed.
We lost 1,177 men in 10 minutes. It was awful. But we just looked at it, we were alive.
The temperature's about 80. There was a little light breeze blowing down off the mountain there, and the air was still, and you could smell the flowers in the air. It was just a wonderful day.
They had dances on Saturday night, parties on Saturday night, and a lot of the military are just sleeping in.
They're beginning to go to mess call. There are some religious services ongoing. It's just a normal, calm Sunday morning routine that is about to be shattered.
Before the attack on Pearl Harbor begins, Frank Emond and the band on the USS Pennsylvania are prepared to play.
The Navy plays the Star Spangled Banner at 8 o'clock every morning. We were lined up and ready to fight.
Closing in on Pearl Harbor is an assault group of 183 Japanese bombers and fighters from 6 aircraft carriers. The next half an hour will see the crippling of America's mighty Pacific Fleet, with the tragic loss of thousands of lives, many aboard its 8 battleships.
At 5 minutes to 8, they sound the bugle call to let everybody know that it's almost time for colors. And at that time, I heard a noise. I looked up in the air, and there was a line of planes coming in from the right-hand side. The first one peeled off.
9 dive bombers target the seaplane base on Ford Island.
The first wave involved striking the search planes on the ground. By knocking out those aircraft in the first few minutes, then it would be impossible for the Americans to retaliate damage any of the Japanese carriers that are at sea.
Somebody drove off the airplane. I thought the tail assembly had broken off or something, so I watched it all the way to the ground, hit the hangar on the air station there. It exploded in flames and smoke and a lot of noise, startled everybody.
The initial response to the attack is disbelief. Lieutenant Commander Ramsey is on Ford Island, and he thinks that it's just some American pilot hot-dogging it. He wants to get the serial number off the plane and report it to his commanding officer.
It takes just a minute for the dive bombers to complete their bombing mission. As they circle round to fire at the seaplane base, torpedo bombers swoop down.
海岸にいた時に準備しなくちゃならないと思って10日先には安全装置がついていますので安全装置を外してすぐ落とせるようにしようと思って
The sky seemed to be full of airplanes, small prop airplanes, and you can see big red spots on the fuselage and wings. So immediately you knew that they were not our airplanes. The Japanese were there.
Now the full enormity of what is about to happen begins descending on those American crews.
It's been just over a minute since Japanese dive bombers began their surprise raid on Pearl Harbor. With the seaplane base on Ford Island now ablaze, 40 Japanese torpedo bombers take center stage.
One group is going to go after Battleship Row and the outboard battleships there. The other group coming in against the other side of Ford Island is still hoping to find perhaps an American carrier.
23-year-old Masamitsu Yoshioka is a navigator in one of the planes in the leading group.
東側の方は天艦が係留する方であり、私たちは西側の航空母艦を攻撃するように命じられています。
The U.S. Pacific Fleet has 3 carriers based at Pearl Harbor. But today, their moorings are empty.
がっかりしましたけどですね、仕方がないなと思ってたんですね。で、戦艦が1隻いるからね、あれにしようっていう。
From the Japanese perspective, battleships are still the coin of the realm. If they can sink 4 or 5 American battleships, that will constitute success for the operation.
All 8 battleships happened to be in port at the same time, which was a rarity. It had not been achieved since the summer of 1941.
7 of them are lined up in Battleship Row on the east of Ford Island. The 8th, the flagship of the Pacific Fleet, USS Pennsylvania, is in dry dock undergoing repairs. Months of intensive training had gone into preventing their torpedoes from nosediving into the shallow harbor floor.
Airspeed was cut back to about 150 knots and the altitude of the aircraft at 30 feet.
Optimally, what should happen is the torpedo plane attack first, because they are going to have to attack low and slow. They're going to be very vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire.
But already, the Japanese plan is unraveling. Miscommunication between air crews has seen the dive bombers jump around.
So consequently, the first wave was helter-skelter immediately have simultaneous attacks happening.
As the first group of torpedo bombers prepares to attack, they are hit by pillars of black smoke drifting upwards from the earlier dive bomber hits.
切り替えがあって西側の景色がよく見えない。
Adding to their problems, is the blackness.
With the snow in their eyes, the crew had a very difficult time seeing anything.
あとまた下が出てる。このドラマまたの点になってない。それを狙っていくことになる。
The torpedo unit's leader arrows in, but as he nears his target, he suddenly pulls out. His wingman follows him.
Planes immediately behind him thought that, well, they must have launched against the battleship, so we're going to do that as well.
Presently, releases his torpedo, but as he flies over the ship, he is panicking.
I'm not ready yet.
The USS Utah is the first victim of the torpedo attack.
This is an old ship that's been largely demilitarized.
The moment is caught on camera.
And she is right in the center of the ship.
I'm not ready yet.
Within seconds, another torpedo slams into Utah's hull. But it's a target the Japanese crews have been briefed to avoid.
私どもイタで対策法になったりですね、他の施設がやってるんです。だからどうしてもこの年になってもですね、歌のことが気になってですね、大きな顔はできません。
One torpedo is so off target that it hits the cruiser USS Raleigh moored behind.
The pilots should have exhausted all possibilities for attacking these lesser ships. And they really were taken to task once they returned to the carrier by their superiors for making poor target selection.
Just seconds after he bypassed the Utah, the unit's leader, Lieutenant Nava, is convinced he's got a battleship in his sights.
I need time.
As he approaches 10-10 dock, he thinks he sees the USS Pennsylvania board him, and obviously in reality, what he is seeing is Helena and Ogallala laughing side by side. He thinks that it is a battle because the morning sun is silhouetted both of those ships together, so it looks like an extra long type of ship.
The torpedo goes underneath an old mine layer, USS Iglala, berthed next to the cruiser, USS Helena. The explosion tears a hole in the Helena's port side.
The shockwave of that explosion also damages the Ogallala, and eventually it tumbles over and capsizes on its side. The sailors who were at 10-10 dock were joking the day after. The Ogallala died in flight.
Rushing on the deck of USS Pennsylvania, Frank Leland is counting his blessings.
And that was the dock that our ship usually were at. We had moved into dry dock 2 or 3 days before that.
A Japanese photographer captures the destructive moment.
It shows smoke coming up out of Fort Island and the simultaneous hits on Helena and the They really could not see what in the name of heaven they were aiming at.
That speaks to the incredible pressure that these pilots are under, that they probably think too that if I don't attack now, I may not get a second chance.
2 minutes into the raid, not a single torpedo has been released against a battleship. Across Fort Island, ship's crews in battleship role are wising up to the imminent threat.
I was down in the office wrapping presents to be sent home for Christmas when the speaker system offered air attack, all hands seek cover, and almost immediately then another announcement, general quarters, man your battle stations.
The people who were there used a great deal of profanity and vulgar terms to describe what was going on, and it left no doubt in anyone's mind who heard that just what was unfolding outside.
When the general quarters goes off, whenever you're on a ship, the crew is trained It's just ingrained in them. It's automatic. So proceed to your battle station.
Everybody was in their battle stations in 3 minutes, and doors were closed, the hatches were closed. Our first guns were fired within 30 seconds.
Anytime.
I was on the quarterdeck, the vessel alongside of us, then it cut the lines off the vessel first. So we didn't last long enough to even get the engines started.
24 torpedo bombers descend into the southeast lock in preparation for their attack on Battleship Row.
More time.
This body of water was almost like a bowling alley heading down toward the battleships. The pilots could see that these two ships, the West Virginia and Oklahoma, were the golden targets.
These were skilled aerial technicians that were going to deliver an 18-foot torpedo that could blow a hole inside of the battleship that a truck could drive through.
They were coming in pairs. One plane on one side of the pair was to take one battleship, and the plane on the opposite side was to take the ship next to it.
But as the lead pair get ready to drop their torpedoes, planes from the earlier attacks cross their path.
There were multiple aircraft crossing against the grain, as it were. Things got very confused, and then those aircraft had to abort and circle around again.
It's valuable time wasted. The Japanese are rapidly losing the advantage of surprise.
Locks were broken so that ammunition could be brought to the guns. The volume and intensity of the American anti-aircraft fire swells very, very quickly.
The Japanese were absolutely astonished, if not dismayed, at how quickly the Americans came online with anti-aircraft fire.
I need more time.
They were not expecting it.
The bombers drop their torpedoes, scoring direct hits on the USS West Virginia and the USS Oklahoma. Incredibly, the first two torpedo hits on a battleship in Pearl Harbor are caught by a Japanese camera.
These dramatic pictures are being taken by aircraft in the air. You see the water geysers, which my grandfather witnessed, that were going 90 to 100 feet or more in the air.
Very, very quickly, the first 6 aircraft came in, bam, 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 within seconds of each other. And all these torpedoes were running at the same time.
You can see streaks of torpedoes now striking the West Virginia. And then you can also see torpedo streaks and some disturbance in the water of torpedoes coming towards the Oklahoma.
Both battleships are unprepared for war, with their watertight doors left unsecured.
As America was at peace, these doors were open. Their underwater integrity was severely compromised because, of course, in the levels of the decks below the water line, the water would just surge through the ship.
I felt the ship take on a bit of a list. And my God, they're flooding the blisters.
One of the ways in which you can prevent a ship capsizing is to flood other sections of the ship to balance it out. But on the Oklahoma, the first torpedo hits knock out a lot of lights below decks, such that the repair crews cannot get to the stations they need to be to counterflood.
There was a case made that one torpedo followed right through the hole of the torpedo before it. She is in a very bad way.
The flooding is so bad on the port side of the vessel, it starts to keel over.
Well, when the ship listed about 15 degrees, couldn't walk the deck. We hand walked the overhead pipes, walking on top of the bolted down machinery.
Commander of the Pacific Fleet, Admiral Kimmel, is at home when he receives a message. Air raid, Pearl Harbor. This is no drill.
He's due to play golf with the Army Commander, General Short. He cancels the golf. He gets into his uniform and he prepares to leave for his headquarters.
Admiral Kimmel could very clearly see the harbor and see the battleships lined up against Fort Island. And so he was watching the torpedo explosions one after another on the ships under his command, and it must have been an absolutely devastating experience.
Despite receiving a warning that an attack was imminent, Kimmel had not put the base on a war footing.
But this was a man who had never failed in his professional career. And so here he was witnessing catastrophic failure on his part. And the wife of the neighbor recalled that Kimmel looked as white as the uniform he was wearing.
But things are about to get even worse.
The crews who are working the California's guns start firing back at the Japanese planes pretty much immediately, but they very quickly expend their ammunition. The rest of their ammunition is locked in the magazines, and they're not able to access it right away.
The ship is defenseless as a torpedo bomber drops its payload with devastating effect. USS California is the battleship least able to survive the attack.
She had a number of the manhole covers that led down into her double bottom loosened for inspection. When the water came into the lower portions of the ship, it just surged all back and forth.
It starts to flood very, very quickly. So the crew has to focus on countermeasures, has to focus on getting these watertight doors closed just to keep the ship afloat, because they're not prepared for this at all.
Through the driving rain of machine gun fire, 4 more bombers torpedoed the USS Oklahoma and the USS West Virginia.
The two centerline ships, West Virginia and Oklahoma, are just absolutely gutted. And the result is that their port sides are just ripped open like a tin can.
A stray bomber from the earlier attack swoops in to get another hit on the California.
You can see the battleship California in this picture struggling from her attack.
The torpedo bombers continue their assault, now in extended intervals. With anti-aircraft fire growing in intensity, air crews take the easiest option. With the West Virginia and the Oklahoma again taking the brunt.
It was overkill against them. The amount of damage that they took would have sunk them twice over.
A photo taken by a Japanese raider perfectly captures the scene.
You can see that the torpedo attack has been devastating, and you can look at the black groupings. That's oil just pouring out of the sides of the ships.
But nothing can prepare the crews for what happens next. As the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor rages, Commander of the Pacific Fleet Husband Kimmel watches in shock from his neighbor's lawn. Hundreds of his crewmen are now fighting for their lives.
The coup de grace of the first wave is the high-level bomber attack led by Commander Fujita himself.
The high-level bombing units circled around the western side of Oahu and lined up for an attack run on the battleships.
The level bomber's ultimate aim is to destroy the battleships that have survived the torpedo raids unscathed. The inboard giants at Battleship Row, USS Maryland, USS Tennessee, and USS Arizona.
So they will approach Battleship Row from the south, and their mission is to go and strike the battleships one at a time. The first 5-plane division is supposed to strike the Nevada, the next one, the Arizona, and one down to Mons.
For the mission, the Japanese have designed a unique weapon.
They take a heavy, armor-piercing battleship shell and turn it into an aerial bomb. So it's got to be dropped from a very great height, at least 10,000 feet.
so that gravity can accelerate that bomb to the point that when it hits the deck, it's got sufficient kinetic energy to get through the deck armor about 4 inches and into the innards of the ship before it detonates.
The 800-kilogram bomb is so heavy, the bombers can only carry one each.
Again, there's no second chance on this. I've got to drop at exactly the right time. And if I don't get a hit result on this first attack, it's over. I'm not ready yet.
To maximize your chances of hitting their targets, the planes divide into 10 V formations each of 5 planes. As they approach the bomb, the photographer aboard one of the bombers captures the devastation.
You can see that Oklahoma is already in the process of rolling over while some of these planes are coming in. I'm not ready.
Uchida said that the anti-aircraft fire at that point in time was pretty severe. In fact, his wingman is hit. Battle damage causes the armor-piercing bomb to fall away from the undercarriage. Right at the last minute, they fly through a cloud, and they're unable to see their target, the USS Nevada.
They have to go around 2 or even 3 times before the elements collaborate enough that they can get a fix on their target.
USS West Virginia, already struck by 6 torpedoes, is listing badly when more bombers arrive overhead. The specially adapted bombs hit West Virginia and USS Tennessee moored alongside.
The fuses on those weapons mean that the bombs don't detonate cleanly.
Had the fusing on these 800-kilogram bombs been more effective and more reliable, they quite possibly could have blown up the Tennessee and the West Virginia, both of which suffered direct hits on their rear turrets.
One casualty is West Virginia's Captain Mervyn Bennion, hit by flying shrapnel from the Tennessee blast.
They needed to get the captain off the bridge because the fires were starting to envelop the lower portion of the ship.
Enter a Pearl Harbor hero, mess attendant Doris Miller.
As Dory Miller is proceeded to his assigned battle station, an officer flags him down and asks him to help him move the commanding officer of West Virginia to a safer location. The status of African Americans in the United States Navy in 1941 was to segregate the races, white and black. And the Navy did that by limiting the ratings for which African Americans could qualify.
Despite no training, Lieutenant Miller immediately joins in the ship's defense.
He sees an unmanned anti-aircraft bomber, and according to his own account, Miller says, "I just shot it. I wasn't sure what to do."
Dory Miller was the first African American to receive the Navy Cross. The Navy Cross is the U.S. Navy's highest military honor.
All Dory Miller wanted to do was be in the fight. Fighting the enemy was not laying out another man's boat. Cooking and serving his meal.
Navy Dr. Eric Harkins starts filming.
He panned up from the stern of the hospital ship Solace on about the 3rd higher deck and aimed his camera at a V pattern of Japanese bombers, and he caught 2 groups flying at altitude.
All 5 bombers in the first formation drop their payloads simultaneously. A Japanese photo shows the moment of impact on Arizona's stern.
One of the shells has bounced off the faceplate of gun turret number 3 and exploded into the water aside him.
a bomb dropped between us and the vessel. And it blew me inside the hatch, knocked me silly. And of course, that set off wildfire.
The repair ship Vestal sustained 2 hits and almost sank right then and there, not from the explosions, but from the flooding, because the bombs went clear through the ship.
On the USS Arizona, bosun's mate John Anderson goes to help his twin brother Delbert on one of the ship's anti-aircraft batteries, unaware that a second group of bombers has the Arizona in their sights.
So I started up the ladder to the boat deck where all the anti-aircraft guns were. Well, I got to the top of the ladder, and an enormous explosion occurred, and people were just blown all over the place. There's all kinds of body parts, different. There was nothing I could do to do anything, and a tremendous fire broke out.
That bomb lands just slightly behind turret number 2. It goes through the deck armor and into the powder rooms for Arizona's main guns and detonates there. The result is that about 1 million pounds of propellant go up instantaneously forward into the ship, and her masts go up by as much as 40 feet before settling back down again. So she's literally being blown out of the water.
The bow of the 32,500-ton ship is split from the rest of the Arizona's superstructure.
The explosion of the Arizona's forward magazines incinerated instantly almost everything that was in the forward half of the ship. Half or more of Arizona's crew is killed outright by that conflagration, and many others are very badly injured by flash burns.
There was fire. The main was forward. The flames would float up 100 feet in the air, and it was awful. But we just lucky that we were alive. But the ones coming out of the fire, we got 12, 14 of them in there. They were still alive. A lot of them didn't live long.
They grabbed a guy by the hand who was on fire, and I held on to him. And he was from Greenfield, Ohio. I never forgot that. And I've since I got him out.
Watching the horror unfold is the commander of the Pacific Fleet, Admiral Kimmel.
And in his words, he could see the Arizona sink down, way down. And it's then that the real weight of this attack falls fully on him, and he begins to understand just what a catastrophe he is witnessing.
A Japanese photograph documents the devastation in the harbor.
Oil was coming from the Nevada, the West Virginia, the Oklahoma, the California. Along Battleship Road, the Arizona's explosion ignited that oil. And now you had oil fires enveloping all of those ships. Even the inboard ships now have oil around it and on fire.
USS Arizona's senior surviving officer, Lieutenant Commander Sam Fuqua, takes charge of the operation to fight the blaze and evacuate the wounded.
He was seeing men falling dead on the deck and others just walking all afire. It was something so horrifying he could hardly recall it without weeping.
At Honolulu, their uniform was shorts and T-shirts. So their arms were burned, their face was burned, their legs were burned, and you pick them up, skillet come off your hands, they were burned pretty bad. Wow.
So it is a confusing, eerie, and nightmarish situation on the Oklahoma, and nothing can stop this ship from going over.
It's as if a monster took its claws and tore out the outside skin of the Oklahoma and allowed the water to flood through.
If they are on the quarterdeck, they are lucky. The roll of the ship is so slow that a great many of them can simply walk over the railing on the starboard side and then walk onto the keel of the ship Unfortunately, those are the minority of the sailors on the Oklahoma. The majority have taken shelter below decks, where they're required to be during an aerial attack.
More than 400 men are trapped in the bowels of the ship.
Now that the ship had totally capsized, what has been the deck is now the ceiling. And you're in this compartment that is your coffin.
Desperate measures are required aboard the West Virginia to prevent a similar fate.
There is a lieutenant commander who has taken charge, and he orders all of the watertight hatches sealed. And at one point, one of his junior officers hears men on the other side of the watertight door pounding away, asking to be let in. Because if they open those doors again, the whole damage control center floods, and the effort to save the West Virginia will perish. The lieutenant commander says, no, the door stays shut.
There were heroic efforts to try to move through gasoline fires. It was just a scene from hell.
20 minutes into Japan's raid on the U.S. naval bastion of Pearl Harbor, their ambition to cripple the Pacific Fleet by destroying its battleships is well on the way.
There were immense columns of smoke coming up from multiple ships, primarily the West Virginia and the Arizona, which cast a pall over everything.
The USS Arizona is blown in half. The USS West Virginia is sinking fast, and the USS Oklahoma nearby has capsized.
She's turned turtle. The Americans are facing up to having to figure out how to chop holes in her bottom to actually get some of the crewmen out that they suspect may be trapped inside.
The California is still afloat, but slowly sinking. Another quintet of level bombers looms over her. But the salvo is off target. The harmless explosions signal the end of the bombing raid.
The Americans are trying to figure out how to rescue as many men as they can.
There's a lot of sailors coming out in small boats trying to pick up the survivors and take them back to land, take them back to medical stations.
Enveloped by flames, Arizona is in the direst need. Officer in charge, Sam Fuqua, knows the crew is fighting a losing battle with the raging inferno.
He immediately took action. Boats from the USS Solace, the hospital ship, were coming alongside.
Fuqua was yelling at me to get in one of those boats. We want to save as many men as we can. Get in there. Yeah, I said, I cannot leave it. My brother's here someplace. I gotta find him. I gotta find him. He says, he can't make it. He couldn't have made it.
The Andersons are one of 38 sets of brothers aboard Arizona. Only one set survived.
Just get in there. He said, this place is gonna blow.
The blaze threatens to ignite another ammunition store.
I said, well, I'm not going. He says, yes, you are. You shoved me in with a load of everything out of my hand. So I got in the boat, whether I want to or not.
Who was just past Control City Peninsula when they were notified that there was a submarine in that area.
This is no ordinary submarine. It's part of a fleet of rigid subs, never before used in combat.
The Americans
Skipper Monty is incredible. You can't possibly be any submarine partner. But just as he is saying these words, one of his crewmen who's on the bridge says, well, I understand that, Skipper. What the hell is that? And he points, and you can see the conning tower of the Japanese submarine. straight ahead, ram the enemy submarine, and for good measure, roll depth charges off the back of the ship.
Well, against such a tiny target as that, the result is complete destruction.
It's a small price to pay for the Japanese successes.
The first wave attack on Pearl Harbor has hit most of the prize targets.
But the fleet's flagship, the USS Pennsylvania, in dry dock, remains unscathed. The USS Maryland and the USS Tennessee have so far escaped serious damage.
I'm not ready yet.
Had the plan been better executed, things could have been much worse.
If things had gone absolutely according to plan, it's not unreasonable to think that the Japanese might have sunk every single battleship in the battleship army.
24 out of 40 torpedoes are launched against the Oklahoma, the West Virginia, and the California.
There was definitely foreign fixation on the Oklahoma and West Virginia, and it prevented further damage to the battleships in Nevada and California, which by all rights had been sunk.
Of the 50 heavy armor-piercing bombs the Japanese dropped, they got only 10 hits. That's lower than they wanted to see as a result of their workup exercises. And of those 10 hits, a number of them were guns.
The Japanese lose only 9 planes shot down in the first wave. It's a very minimum amount, considering all the risks that they take.
I'm not ready yet.
A lull settles over the harbor.
The gates of hell had been opened up by the end of the first attack. The sea in Anchorage is absolutely casual.
Instead of relief, there is chaos and fear.
The men in the harbor were just firing at anything and everything. They would hear a strange noise and they'd start firing. American planes, if they got near the harbor, were thought to be Japanese planes.
We didn't know whether the Japanese had troop ships and they were going to land troops on the island or not.
Next time, with the U.S. Pacific Fleet on its knees, a second wave of Japanese planes arrives. Their mission, to finish off the fleet.
All the fighters and the bombers in the air, the man got attacked by everybody.
By this time, the Americans were fully alerted, and they were blind, fighting man.
I'm not ready yet.
He got a machine gun and was shooting back at the Japanese planes. He showed a lot of courage to me.
All the things are available to you for the right price. Come back whenever you like.
Well, let's have a look. I need time to prepare that.
Yes, yes, I have wares. I'll see you again.
I'm not ready yet.
Previously, the Japanese had caused devastation at Pearl Harbor in a thunderous first attack.
All of a sudden, the sky was full of planes, and they were shooting all over the place.
The Japanese had sunk 3 battleships. There was one dangerous.
I'm not ready yet.
80 years ago, an ambitious Japanese raid of Pearl Harbor killed nearly 2,400 people and led to America entering World War II.
How could such a small island nation take an obviously suicidal step?
It's one of those crucial days in history. The attack on the Twin Towers in September 11. You know the world won't be the same after as it will be before.
In this online
I'm not ready yet.
It had been quiet for a while, but then you could start hearing loud explosions again.
All the fire crews were wandering through the air. And got back like never could.
And amid the chaos, heroes of
But this time, the Americans were fully loaded, and they were flying, fighting together.
We got a machine gun here shooting back at our Japanese tanks. It showed a lot of courage to me.
I'm not ready yet.
the first wave of the attack ends. As the Japanese
After the first wave attack was over, there was a momentary lull for about 20 to 25 minutes.
Jumping into oils in water, and they had nasty, terrible burns.
Sailors had shorthand t-shirts, so their arms were burned, their face was burned, their legs were burned.
Despite the chaos in the island, the Americans prepared for a potential Japanese attack.
The Americans have no idea that there's a second attack wave incoming, but it's reasonable to assume they may be under attack again. Certainly, they are making sure that every anti-aircraft gun anywhere in the neighborhood has got sufficient access to ammunition.
This was where we decided. I devised the name.
On a wall of airplanes, some American pilots managed to get in. Lieutenants Kenneth Taylor and George Welch.
They had this all-night party, an all-night poker, and they were still in their casinos. They were able to rush to a car, drive out to a very remote area on Halloween.
When they arrived, their planes were ready. They climbed in and up in the air and flew over from Pearl Harbor.
Despite some torpedo damage, the USS Nevada has managed to get underway, the only battleship to do so.
That is commanding officer was short.
Yet,
the best way to save oneself was to get the ship underway and to get out of Pearl Harbor.
Chief Wilson and Evan will lead the team to get the Nevada unmoored from the dock. He leaves the ship, he cuts the line, and he jumps into the water, he swims back to the Nevada.
We didn't do the lines the way back away and down the started down the channel. Everybody saw it. It was right in the middle of the channel.
A part of its body.
Nevada's move is a gutsy move, and it demonstrates to everyone in the harbor that we are not just going to sit here and take it.
Nevada was quite a scene.
Following the departure of the Japanese first wave, the Americans, anticipating the second attack,
the Americans took advantage of the lull between the attack waves to get organized.
It had a little bit more time to prepare, more time to get their ammunition to their guns. There are also more men manning the anti-aircraft batteries.
Crewmen on the USS Tangier cite the lead formations of the Japanese second wave. 167 planes make up this second wave. 78 dive bombers, 35 fighters, and 54 high-altitude bombers.
The overall composition of the second wave is a large group of dive bombers that are going to be going after targets of opportunity in Pearl Harbor itself. But there are also groups of level bombers that are going to be inflicting additional attacks on American airfields, such as up at Kaneohe. But the main show is the dive bomber attacks that are going to be coming in against Pearl Harbor.
At 8:54 a.m., the attack on the harbor begins.
It had been quiet for a while, but then you can start hearing loud explosions again, so you know that it has started again.
I'm not ready yet.
This time, there was much heavier aircraft fire because the Americans were fully alerted. They had plenty of guards, and they were fighting with command.
The Japanese pilots, one ship clearly
When they arrived over Pearl Harbor, the thing that they see is the battleship Nevada. It had been hit, so it was suffering fires, but it got underway, headed for the mouth of Pearl Harbor and the open sea.
It becomes an obvious target for the Japanese flyers. They're swarming around like bees around a honeycomb.
All the bombers and fighters in the air, the Japanese hit it. The Nevada got attacked by everybody.
Its crews were still shooting back, and the Japanese were now really focused on hitting the Nevada.
One of the men defending the Nevada is Joseph Tosick.
Ensign Joseph Tosick was a junior officer aboard the Nevada. He was pretty green. He had not had much experience at all in the Navy. And he was in charge of the starboard anti-aircraft gun. When the attack happened, he's hit down, and his left foot was in his armpit. Ensign Tosick continues to fight, and he does not go to the medical bay until he is actually finished, until his crew carries him there.
Battleship Nevada, this little symbol that the armistice vigorously everything that we got. The sight of this ship underway, on fire, people remember its flag still flying in the rear. Some people to tear.
I'm not ready yet.
Many of the men who saw this said that it was one of the finest things they saw in a long day.
A huge cheer comes up from the West Virginia to Tennessee as if it was like a football game.
I'm not ready yet.
There's quite a scene.
However, the battleship's defiant run soon comes to an end.
near miss after near miss after near miss. Finally, she was struck by 5 bombs.
It soon becomes clear to those on board they're not going to be able to get through the sea.
She was down by the head so much, and she was on fire so heavily, that the captain made the decision to ground the ship on Hospital Point. And then the tugs later pulled her across the channel, and there she ended her stay. She lost quite a number of men.
One of the casualties is the man who helped get the USS Nevada underway.
Edwin Hill, he is working on foreclosure, and he is blown off the side of the ship.
I need time.
The battery she stopped herself because she didn't want to get sunk in the channel. Everybody acted 100% the way they're supposed to act. There wasn't anybody on that ship that did wrong what they were trained to do.
I'm not ready yet.
On Oahu's airfields, the second attack is also underway. P-40 fighter pilots Kenneth Taylor and George Rush have managed to get ahead.
I'm not ready yet.
They vectored south and saw that there were many aircraft kind of circulating over the ever warning mast field, the main marine airbase. And so they went over there expecting to find some American aircraft and found out they were Japanese.
They fly their T-40s in the air. They find some of the guns aren't even working in the air. Have to go in really almost at half strength. Japanese, their rear seat gunners are kind of not paying attention. They're simply firing down, strafing at American targets on the ground. And so Taylor and Welch were able to get behind a bunch of them and then light them up with their machine gun fire.
They were able to shoot, I think, 2 or 3 of them down. They had exhausted their ammunition, they were low on fuel, and they went back to Wheeler and landed.
And they become some of the more successful American pilots in the air and credited with some of the first aerial victories in the Pacific War.
Japanese bombers now strike the Kaneohe Naval Air Station. 101-year-old Cass Phillips witnessed the attack.
Japanese planes were flying in formation and dropped another bomb on the hangar. There was a fellow sitting on the hangar door, and when that bomb came in, it looked like he tried to stand up, and then he sat back down. When they walked over to him, he was dead. And it turned out that that bomb, a tiny piece of shrapnel, went directly into his heart, through his chest. Since we didn't have any guns to fire back at them, we tried to stay out of the way. As a matter of fact, there was a fellow, he got a machine gun on one of the airplanes, and he was the only one that had a mount for a machine gun and was shooting back at the Japanese planes. Whether he had one or not, I don't know.
That fellow is Chief Petty Officer John Finn.
Well, I thought he had a lot of nerve, standing out there being shot at and actually being hit and continuing to fire. They tried to get him to come and get out of the way, but he wouldn't do it. He stayed right out there and continued firing back at them. It showed a lot of courage to me.
At the harbour, the dive bomber attack is now focused on dry dock number 1.
The second wave has orders to go in and hit some of the capital ships that have not been hit by the first wave.
When we discovered the moon was
USS Pennsylvania, a flagship of the US specifically, was in dry docks. So the dry docks too will become targets for the second wave.
Now I realize he was
The USS Pennsylvania suffers a direct hit from a 550-pound bomb. Frank Eamon, now 103, was on board.
The bomb went right down through the center of the ship, hit the 6-inch steel deck, and exploded upwards. I was knocked up off the deck about 3 or 4 inches. Luckily, we were in the back part of the ship, so we were not injured in the bomb explosion.
24 men are killed and 29 wounded.
Being a stretcher bearer, I had to go help pick up the dead and wounded people. The memory that sticks in my mind is trying to pick up bodies that were close to the explosion. The skin had been burnt, and you could smell the burnt flesh. We went up and found them, and we got them in the stretcher, and were able to take them to where they needed to go.
The USS Pennsylvania and Nevada aren't the only ships attracting the Japanese bombers.
There are two vessels that receive a lot of attention during the second wave assault. One of these is the USS Nevada, and the other ship is the destroyer USS Shaw.
The USS Shaw is hit by a bomb, triggering one of the largest explosions of the day, 20 minutes later. It is captured in this iconic photo.
The Shaw is hit right on its bow that explodes the forward magazine and blows the bow right on off. And there is an enormous thunderous explosion that almost dwarfs what had happened to the Arizona.
The Japanese, they had caused the damage they wanted to do. They'd sunk or damaged so many of the battleships. They'd caused mayhem across the harbor.
The scene is one of utter confusion and bedlam and anger.
Despite the devastation on the ground, American resistance continues in the air. At Wheeler Airfield, 4 P-36 fighters, led by Lieutenant Lewis Sanders, take off. The pilots have had little time to prepare.
Phil Rasmussen is one of the few American pilots who manages to get his plane aloft. He is still wearing his purple pajamas when he gets in his plane.
When they got up in the air, they vectored out toward Kaneohe Bay Naval Air Station, and there they spotted a flight of Japanese aircraft off in the distance. They were in a superb position for an attack. They were on the high side with the sun at their back, and they caught the Japanese aircraft completely blind.
However, the odds are stacked against them.
It's well and good to get a P-36 up in the air, but that is not really the kind of plane that you want to be flying against a Mitsubishi Zero. The Zero is probably the finest carrier-launched fighter at this point in the world. You go after it and actually try to dogfight it by turning inside it, you're going to end up dead.
But pilot Phil Rasmussen finds there is an issue with his plane.
Phil Rasmussen discovered that one of his guns was jammed, and the other machine gun started to run away and fire all by itself all the time he was turning, trying to do battle with these Zeros.
Rasmussen manages to hit a Japanese Zero, but is then struck himself with hundreds of rounds of cannon fire.
It blows off the canopy of Rasmussen's plane. It shoots away all his controls. His plane is now falling.
Somehow he actually manages to land the plane without a tail wheel, without brakes, and without his rudder.
He couldn't believe he had made it alive through the encounter. In fact, he reached up with his hand, put it on top of his head to see whether he was bleeding anywhere, and all he could feel was shattered glass.
After nearly 2.5 hours, the attack is finally over, and the Japanese planes head back to their carriers.
The place is an absolute shambles. You have a number of sunken battleships, Arizona heavily afire with her superstructure collapsing forward. The harbor is full of small boats which are trying to make their way around and pull men out of the water.
It was just awful, and there was no other way to put it. This was an American horror story they were living through.
Following the departure of the last Japanese planes, the Americans wait in anticipation for a possible third wave attack.
After the Japanese aircraft left from the second wave attack, there was a moment of fear.
What's next? Is this thing over with? Are there going to be further air attacks? Could there even be something like an invasion?
Yeah, well, we did think it would probably be coming back, yes. A lot of people even expected that there would be a landing.
The third wave never comes. Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo withdraws his forces and turns back to Japan.
Nagumo, his theory, I believe, was, well, the Americans know we're here now, and 2 of their aircraft carriers are missing from the harbor. We don't know where they are. They could be coming after us right now.
At the end of that day, we knew about where they were. Had he continued to be there and then run short on fuel, left himself vulnerable for torpedo attack from American submarines, I think on balance, Nagumo probably made the best decision.
Nagumo looks at his orders and he says, you know, I was tasked with sinking 4 American battleships. The initial assessment says that I've gotten at least that many. The mission is a success. We're going home.
The once mighty U.S. Pacific Fleet now lies in ruins. 5 of 8 battleships have been sunk, along with a target ship, a mine layer, and a repair ship. On Oahu's airfields, 347 planes have been destroyed or damaged, significantly more than the Japanese had expected.
The Japanese had accomplished beyond their wildest dreams. They obviously were very disappointed that carriers were not in the harbor, but they had damaged the Battle Line of the Pacific fleet. It would never be the same.
The immediate reaction in Japan to the news of Pearl Harbor success was, I think, one of euphoria, at least on the surface of society.
When we started being able to get up topside with the stretcher, we could see look over the harbor and all the ships you could see. There was fire from some ships and just smoke from all the rest of them.
Seeing those battleships lying on their side and sunk and so forth, I was just sorry to see the damage that was done.
Japanese losses are significantly lower. 5 midget submarines are lost, and of the 350 aircraft launched, just 29 failed to return. Most of the losses occur in the second wave.
The Japanese, they suffer more aircraft casualties in the second wave when the American anti-aircraft defenses were fully alerted. They lose 20 planes in the second wave as opposed to only 9 in the first wave.
But America's fierce resistance has tragic consequences.
The the Americans fired between 5,000 and 6,000 shells and around 250,000 50 caliber machine gun bullets. Inevitably, some of these shells end up going up and then landing in civilian areas around Honolulu. One of them tragically hits a car directly and kills all of its occupants.
49 civilians lost their lives that day. Many of them lost their lives from friendly fire, and there were children among that group.
The total toll on American life is huge. 2,390 are killed and 1,179 wounded. The vast majority are junior enlisted personnel, a few years out of high school. The Japanese lose just 65 men. By now, the news of the attack has reached Winston Churchill in Great Britain.
The attack at Pearl Harbor happens very early in the morning, Honolulu time. In Britain, it's early evening. The Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, goes up to bed. He says that night he slept the sleep of the saved and the thankful, because he knows that with America in the war, victory is certain.
At Pearl Harbor, sailors continue to evacuate their sunken and burning ships. On the USS West Virginia, crew come on board the Tennessee by way of a 5-inch gun. Others jump into the water.
There's fuel oil that is floating on top, in some cases on fire. Same thing, there are pools of gasoline and whatnot. And so you can understand that just getting these guys out of the water in many cases was very difficult.
One of the sailors went out in one of these boats to pick up survivors and wound up picking bodies up. And there's this one fellow they picked up, and he was so badly burned that when he grabbed his arm, all the skin and meat came off of his arm. And the guy was still alive, just screaming.
There just wasn't enough people to deal with the high rate of casualties. The hospitals were full. The hospital ship Solace was taking on more casualties than it could. The doctors were working feverishly.
At Hickam Field, they ran out of morphine at the small station hospital. They ran out of bandages. They ran out of antiseptic.
One fellow was lying there. There wasn't room for him. We didn't have a hospital, of course. I felt extremely sorry for him. Young man that was a half hour earlier was perfectly healthy, and now he was he couldn't even feel his legs.
With medical facilities stretched, civilians assist with the casualties. One of them is the young daughter of Captain Logan Ramsey.
Marianne Ramsey was a 16-year-old girl. As the attack was happening, she ran down to one of the makeshift medical stations. She had no medical training, and as burned men were being brought up, she would comfort them. She hugs them, she talks to them. She does everything she can to help out these men who are dying in front of her.
These angels first, and young women at the time. And those nurses were dealing with the reality of war and struggle that they never envisioned.
I need time.
Rescue operations in the harbor continue into the night. On some ships, rescue is almost impossible.
One of the toughest stories of that is the story of the Oklahoma that capsizes in the course of the attack when hit by torpedoes. Many men managed to get off, they get onto the hull and then rescued, but many more are left inside the ship
I need time to prepare.
Once the ship rolls over, up is down, down is up, is complete darkness. Sailors are trapped in air pockets. They are covered in oil. They can't see. It is a place where sailors have become.
At this point, there is no way for them to get out. They're simply trapped underneath the hull and have to wait for rescuers.
It is a delicate task. On opening portions of the hull, air escapes and lets in water, drowning some of the men trapped inside.
Yard workers describe seeing the hands coming out of the hole, and with not having the air in there, they would drown right in front of them, and they would see the hands retreat from the hole.
But rescuers come up with a solution.
They were dealing with this problem as yard workers and people with technical skill. They would pump air into that compartment before they could get the men out.
They would use air pumps from the USS Tennessee, and they would cut holes in the hull.
Navy federal workers managed to save 32 men, and that was significant. And it was something after the attack that they could take pride in. They had seen so much death.
But tragically, more men would be lost. Within 24 hours of the attack, President Roosevelt signs a declaration of war against Japan, which is passed by the U.S. Congress. After he makes one of the most iconic speeches in American history.
When I hear Roosevelt's speech, even now, I still get shivers up my spine.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
A date that will live in infamy, that absolutely encapsulated the American mood at this point, that we are furious about this attack.
This form of treachery shall never again end dangerous.
The day that will live in infamy really spoke to a lot of people, and the cowardly nature of the attack also added to that. So never know how it became kind of a slogan.
For thousands of young Americans, the attack on Pearl Harbor is a calling.
Americans are now eager for retaliation. We couldn't keep people away from the recruiting stations. The reason for that is because they believed getting into the U.S. Navy was the surest fire way of punishing the Japanese for what happened to Pearl Harbor.
For the Japanese Americans living on U.S. soil, the repercussions of the attack are devastating.
After the attack, Japanese Americans are basically treated like the enemy, suspected of espionage and other acts against the United States. Assets were seized, homes, businesses. These are Japanese tax-paying Americans.
We have this absolutely shameful situation where the Californian Japanese were herded into detainment camps for the remainder of the war. One of the most shameful episodes in American history, I think.
Japan's aim of demoralizing America to bring them to the negotiating table doesn't come to pass. Strategically, they make a huge error of judgment.
One of the biggest mistakes made with Pearl Harbor is that they underestimated Americans. They hoped to not only decimate our fleet, but to break the American spirit.
Japan never intended for this to be a long-term war. Their ultimate goal is to have a negotiated end to this war, sometime within the next 6 months to a year. So the way to inflict the maximum amount of shock and impact on the American populace is to sink warships.
The United States will be
shocked enough after the success in Pearl Harbor to simple peace.
But in that, they were wrong. The Japanese miscalculated the American retaliation because in 1942, Americans got together to fight a war in the Atlantic and a war in the Pacific simultaneously. In the end, they helped conquer two fascist empires that were set on world domination.
You can make a credible argument that Japan lost World War II as soon as the first bomb fell on Ford Island.
In the wake of the deadly Pearl Harbor attack, the damage done to the once imposing American Pacific Fleet is immense.
These vessels cost tens of millions of dollars to build back when that was real money. And so the destruction of any one of those assets would be tantamount to a national catastrophe.
In January 1942, Captain Homer Wyatt began the task of salvaging and restoring the crippled fleet.
The dramatic salvage operations undertaken by Homer Wyatt were nothing short of a miracle.
It was very, very difficult to get these ships back in shape. Their cables and wire, pipe work, ductwork, all that gets literal.
The miracle of salvaging Pearl Harbor is most of the ship's damage has been made back into service in one form or another. And that
the ships that were damaged and sunk at Pearl Harbor, there were only 3 that were not buried in service. Utah was capsized, and Colt of the Arizona, which had been blown apart, and the Oklahoma, all the other ships were returned to service.
The USS Nevada was sent to the US West Coast for full repairs in April 1942. She saw action in Normandy, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. But the question remains, could the attack have been avoided?
And the answer to that is flat out no. The Japanese had decided they were going to go to the United States, and that was the end.
So could the attack on the island have been prevented? 3 big opportunities were missed, beginning with the sinking of the Japanese midget submarine on the morning of the attack.
The commander of the war immediately sent a message to Pearl Harbor. No one reacted with high speed or alacrity. If it had been promptly recognized for what it was, you might have put all the ships in the harbor on full alert.
The second critical mistake occurred less than an hour before the attack, with a radar sighting of a large number of planes rapidly approaching.
We believe that because we did not have the trained personnel in place to make a good determination on whether this target and this friend or foe.
They did call it to an Army pilot who knew nothing about radar. He told the 2 guys, it's probably the Army coming in. Don't worry about it.
And the third missed opportunity came from the lack of thorough searches and patrols north of the harbor.
Admiral Kimmel was a man of offense. He wasn't defensive-minded. He was reluctant to use any resources to protect himself. Why go look for something I don't think is there? That just wastes my airplane.
And she was said, get these aircraft up. Just as a safeguard, let's not take a chance. They never did.
We weren't ready. We weren't prepared. And that's the only thing that I think. How much different it would have been had we been prepared.
America being alerted at least for a few minutes, and it would have prevented a lot of American lives from being lost.
Washington, December 1941. The Roberts Commission is set up to investigate the circumstances of the Japanese attack. It finds Admiral Husband Kimmel, along with General Walter Short, guilty of dereliction of duty.
You're in a position of command, and something goes wrong, you have to take the blame for it, and you have to fall on yourself.
They were fine officers. They deserve better. But ultimately, the responsibility rests on us.
Today, at the bottom of Pearl Harbor, lies the ghostly wreckage of the USS.
Arizona has become this symbol of the attack. Really quite a moving place to go.
It's a place where people could come and walk upon the memorial, see the names of the dead of the USS Arizona, and touch history.
On September the 2nd, 1945, the Japanese signed their surrender aboard the USS Missouri. It now operates as a museum in Pearl Harbor.
You go aboard Missouri today and stand there, you can look and see the Arizona Memorial 300 yards away. So really, you've got the whole Pacific War right within visual sight. It started there, ended here.
Today, only a small number of us are the last of a generation who on one thankful day in December 1940 found themselves in the army of history.
There are not many of us left in Pensacola, only about two, I think. And I'm glad to see those people in general are still remembering that it happened. And hopefully that they're doing whatever they need to not let it happen again.
Any way you look at it, war is a terrible thing, and especially when you're in the middle of it. There's nothing you can do but just join your fellows and try to survive.
I'm not ready yet.
777 out in Arizona. My shipments lost. I'm not a hero. Those are the heroes. They're the ones that lost their lives.
I'm not ready yet. child. Hello. Oh, sorry, I'm playing Diablo.
Did you look at my message?
No, not yet, but I will.
Look at WhatsApp now.
I can't, I'm busy. But I will. What's up?
Oh, I'm gonna go to bed.
This very second? Oh, okay, well, I'll look in a few minutes and I'll message you with my thoughts. I'm sure it's funny.
No, it's not.
Okay, then it's cute.
No, it's not.
Oh, then it's bad.
Yeah.
What, is Mo attacking you?
I'm bleeding everywhere.
Oh, Mo?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Bad bleeding. Sick.
Then I recommend for tonight, like, you put the cat in another room.
Ripped my leg apart. Like, ripped.
Oh, baby, not good.
My arm's all cut up, but my leg is like thick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Blood all over the condo.
All over the condo.
I came in and he was so excited. Like, that's the thing. He gets really excited and overstimulated and he starts just attacking.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
He was jumping up on me like a dog when I came in, like Charlie would.
I need time to prepare
because he was alone for 2 days. And then all of a sudden just fight.
I'm sorry, baby. Yeah, definitely keep him in another room for tonight.
I need time to prepare that.
And then 10 minutes later comes on me needing her, and then he's too excited and hit really, really hard.
Yeah.
On my hands, and I got fights everywhere. I didn't take pictures of my hands, just my wrists and my legs. He's never been this bad because he's never been alone for 2 days. This is what happens. These days out, he's just a cat.
He's just a cat.
I need
He's alone overnight. This is what happens.
I'm not saying he's like, he's still just a cat, but he's a fucked up cat.
Yeah, if he's not alone overnight, 2 nights.
Red
mist
breathing the loom, suckling on it. Your mom should start bringing him with her.
I'm going to tell her when she's back. She's never been alone before.
The nightmares came to pass because of you.
Clearly can't be. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lay down now.
Okay, baby. I love you very much. I'll message you in a little bit then. Goodbye, feel better. Hello?
Yeah.
I can't hear you when you talk like that.
Okay, good night.
Okay, good night.
I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. ready yet. I need time. I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I cannot do that here.
Well then, blades need sharpening. What'll it be?
I need time to do that.
I'm not ready yet. Greetings.
I need time to do that.
The planes are brought into position by so-called hovers, powered by miniature... May 31st, 1916, in the North Sea, off the coast of Denmark. Europe has been embroiled in the First World War for 2 years. But today, 100 German warships designed to annihilate their enemy, the British Royal Navy, are about to change the world. Aboard the German battleship SMS Nassau is a 20-year-old enlisted sailor named Rupert Berger.
The feeling of tension before the battle is overwhelming. I pray for victory and our safe return home.
It is 5:30 p.m. There is no sign of the enemy. Suddenly, the alarm sounds. Royal Navy ships have been spotted about 19 kilometers away. They will soon be within range. SMS Nassau heels to the side. She has fired her first salvo.
And then, for the first and only time in the First World War, you get the full strength of both sides' fleets. And if you imagine the scene, you've got 150 ships on one side, 100 ships on the other, so 250 ships.
Never before has so much firepower been packed into such a small piece of ocean. Sailors on both sides know today will bring death or glory. Dreadnoughts, battle cruisers, submarines, destroyers. By the turn of the 20th century, European navies are launching a series of ever faster and ever more deadly steel war machines. To win the naval arms race, engineers and sailors use technology and tactics. They seek to see beyond the horizon, to aim faster and with greater accuracy, and to constantly push the limits of human achievement.
It was not easy to sink a battleship. It really wasn't. But to sink a battle cruiser, one lucky shot.
These formidable new weapons demand new naval strategies. And for the first time, war was being
there is a tendency for people to see periscopes everywhere. It's something that is a visceral fear of submarines.
In a war between nations, warships on the high seas will hold the key to victory. Because whoever rules the waves, rules the world. At the close of the 19th century, the British Royal Navy dominates the oceans. Britain is the center of the world's largest colonial empire. 2/3 of its food is imported and transported aboard ships. It is the Royal Navy's job to protect these trade routes. In 1854, a 13-year-old boy boards HMS Victory, the iconic three-masted veteran of the Napoleonic Wars. His name is John Jackie Fisher.
For the entrance examination, all I had to do was write out the Lord's Prayer, go to the three sun, and drink a glass of sherry. My first ship was the Victory.
Once the pride of the fleet, HMS Victory was built from 6,000 English oaks. But her days are numbered. Over a century of industrialization has revolutionized shipbuilding. 9 years after enlisting in the Royal Navy, John Fisher witnesses a major technological milestone. He is assigned to the very first British ship built with an iron hull, HMS Warrior.
The Warrior, our first armor-clad warship, will cause a fundamental change in what had been in vogue for something like 1,000 years. Unlike in the past, no human valor can now compensate for mechanical inferiority.
An ironclad hull is covered in thick armor plating that protects the most vulnerable areas of the ship. The hard metal surface deflects cannonballs, while an inner layer of wood helps absorb their impact. This combination makes Warrior virtually immune from enemy fire. And other maritime powers such as France and the United States are working on their own steel battleships. As he progresses through the ranks of the Royal Navy, John Fisher witnesses increasingly formidable warships emerging from the yards.
So what you've had is a period of breakneck technological change. The Royal Navy have gone from, in less than a generation, from ships that were made of wood, powered by sails and wind power, and armed with muzzle-loading cannon, to steel battleships.
John Fisher knows that any other navy with ironclad ships is an automatic threat to Great Britain. He sees in this an arms race the Royal Navy cannot afford to lose. The planes are brought approximately
his staff guys as on his special train that would then, roll from place to place on the battlefield, kind of a mobile headquarters.
And normally, when he would stop at the sidings and see people, he would go to the window and he'd wave and he'd show himself.
Of course, he loved the public relation. He loved being with people. So he was really like a public man, yeah?
But as his train pulls into a station, Hitler is faced with a grim sight.
He looks over and he sees a train, basically a cattle car, full of soldiers who've come. Who've come from the Eastern Front. They're bedraggled, their uniforms are filthy, some of them are injured.
They see their Fuhrer, the man they've risked their lives for, the man they've devoted their service to. And clearly this is the time for Hitler to say a few inspiring words to these badly wounded warriors.
But instead of greeting them in any way, he just looks at them disdainfully, turns around and has his servant close the blinds so he doesn't have to see them.
As if he simply wants to read them out of his universe.
Approximately 80...
And that, to me, says a lot about this increasingly isolated Hitler. So, his mood was about as bad as it could get. And given the fact that we're talking about Adolf Hitler, that's something.
Three months later, in Russia, at the Battle of Stalingrad, the Germans suffer their greatest defeat since the start of the Second World War. 91,000 soldiers surrender. More than 250,000 are dead. Hitler's dream of conquering the East hangs in the balance.
Hitler always assumed that the war, particularly against the Soviet Union, was going to be a knockout blow, it would be over in a few months, and that he would be able to carry on as the victor, and everything would be wonderful.
Hitler had hoped in 1942 to smash his way into South Russia, collapse the Soviet Union, take the oil fields, and go right through the Caucasus. It was a war-winning strategy, Hitler believed. Now it had failed disastrously.
As the Third Reich faces collapse, Hitler needs a victory at all costs.
He desperately needs a success, desperately needs to stop the Red Army, and he desperately needs to regain the initiative.
This is Hitler's last throw of the dice to this massive moment.
February 1943, Berlin. Following the defeat at Stalingrad, the Nazi PR machine kicks into action. The man in charge of keeping the morale of the German people high is Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels.
Goebbels was a propaganda genius, and in a way he was the brains behind the Third Reich. He was the one who translated Hitler's message out to the general public.
Big success of the Goebbels propaganda that so many believe that if something goes wrong, it wasn't Hitler's fault, it was traitors, it was bad generals, or it was the weather. But with Hitler we cannot lose this war, it's not possible.
Realizing the defeat at Stalingrad could have a severe impact on the German people, on the 18th of February 1943, Goebbels delivers the most famous speech of his career. Standing in front of 14,000 carefully chosen audience members, Hitler's propaganda mastermind calls upon them to prepare.
New deprivations. Theaters were closed, films were closed, restaurants were closed, and other activities that were seen to be frivolous and not for the aid of the state all of a sudden shut down. Goebbels rallies the masses. It happens much worse than before. Nonsense science for a huge trade war.
So he was really nervous. He was really ashamed and embarrassed and doesn't even know how the course of the war will go on.
I need time.
As Hitler's nerves frail, his ability to lead is called into question.
Amongst the generals and the command, there were several people who endorsed the criticism of time. Hitler and stop Mussolini to generals, and instead he was ultimately right about it, which was a disaster for a commander-in-chief.
I think the record is fairly clear that they all felt that, at least by 1943, Hitler's decisions were no longer professional, that they were defective.
Sometimes 15, 20 minutes, 3 years without and so he was not the man that he was earlier in the war.
One man beginning to doubt Hitler's capabilities is an arm of the SS,
and this was because of his abject loyalty to Hitler.
But after the fall of Stalingrad, Himmler's faith in Hitler is starting to recover. If Hitler is to reclaim his title as the greatest warlord and restore his power in the East, he desperately needs a win against the Red Army. After a successful German counterattack on the city of Kharkov in southwest Russia, a bulge has been formed in the Soviet front line. Stretching approximately 150 miles from north to south, at its center is the city of Kursk. Amassed around the Kursk salient, 5 large Soviet armies containing more than 1 million
Russian army sending large troop concentrations in this Kursk salient.
And if the Germans can't cut them all off, well, it'll show the world that Germany's not finished.
But to secure a victory, the German invasion of the Kursk salient needs to be quick. The region is the customer provides a victory for life to lead the offensive. Even von Manstein.
Von Manstein was a classic aristocratic Russian prince. Manstein was full family, both sides of the family, so we had the military force in his hands.
Of course, Hitler, any version of the Russians had worked itself up by really the front of the head. Almost magnified in 1912 before joining the German army and making something of himself eventually in politics.
In terms of personality, Manstein was strictly under control. And Manstein also had a certain degree of but they see that they need each other at some point because we want to show that Germany could win this war and we are invincible after all.
As we found Manstein and the battle of Kursk, in Moscow, Hitler's nemesis, Joseph Stalin, is feeling victorious after winning the battle of Stalingrad. His first major weakness is the outbreak of war. The battle may be won, but the war under German occupation, Stalin was determined to take back what was once his. But to achieve any hope of success, he must confront his military's fatal weaknesses.
During the earlier stages of war, Russia was underprepared. They didn't have enough troops or equipment. They weren't prepared for mobilization, and this ultimately resulted in their defeat. Stalin knows that he needs to rearm. In terms of military equipment, he was intent on outproducing Germany.
And that was to be the decisive thing about World War II. Stalin said, this is going to be a battle of machines. It's going to be the person who produces the most machines is going to win.
By April 1943, Hitler's plan for the Battle of Kursk is underway. Codenamed Operation Citadel, Hitler intends to launch a pincer movement in the north and south and trap the enemy.
The aim of Operation Citadel was really to capture the great Russian armies and to reinvigorate the whole war effort in the East.
Much like Stalin, who needs to ramp up his armament production, at the heart of Hitler's decisive offensive in the East are what he calls his wonder weapons, or Wunderwaffe.
Hitler believes that he has an ace up his sleeve in the operation against Kursk, and the ace are these brand new models of tanks.
Leading the charge is the formidable Tiger I, the crown jewel of German tanks.
The Tiger tank has gone down in history as being the best tank that was ever invented. Invincible, powerful, the symbol of the battlefield. But in early 1943, the Tiger tank was pretty much untested. It had seen limited action in North Africa and at Leningrad, but not very much more. The Kursk was going to be a big test.
The Tiger tank has an 88mm gun in the turret and can destroy an enemy tank from over a mile away.
It can not only blast through any tank, it can blast the turret off of them. So these are extremely powerful
Also being rolled into production is a tank so new it's never seen action, the Panther. Hitler's goal, to flood the battlefield with a killing machine that is bigger, faster, and has better precision than the Red Army's
the T-34 might have been the greatest tank in the world in World War I in 1942. But it's beginning to show its age, as any design weapon system does over time. The Germans have designed the Panther partially as an answer to the T-34.
During the build-up to Operation Citadel, Hitler's involvement in the production of these weapons intensifies.
Hitler was obsessed with the development of these Wunderwaffe, these wonder weapons, attending meetings and laying out details that he wanted to be adhered to, such as the thickness of the front and the side armor, the size of the gun, the speed the vehicle would move at.
He was so convinced that these new tanks would give the German army the edge for this offensive that he really considered these new tanks like decisive.
A month later, in May 1943, on the battlefields around Kursk, the Germans are awaiting orders on the imminent attack against Stalin's Red Army, when Hitler suddenly gets cold feet.
Hitler wanted to delay the Citadel attack. Hitler himself had been extremely nervous about it.
The concept of Operation Citadel made his stomach churn. One can understand why.
Hitler has received reports of an unexpected and preemptive strike by the Soviet Air Force on German-occupied airfields near Kursk. 500 Luftwaffe planes have been destroyed. What's more, there's bad news about Hitler's wonder weapons.
Panther wasn't really combat ready. He hadn't been tested properly, and so the crews hadn't been trained properly, and they weren't yet used to fight on a battalion level.
Meanwhile, the Tiger is proving slow to produce.
announced that he wanted the Tiger tank ready, and only 12 were being produced per week.
So Hitler thought, we can't do this because we don't have the equipment ready. We need more time to assemble the troops, to finish training, to finish maintenance.
So all in all, he put it off and put it off and put it off.
Hitler's hesitancy puts pressure on his already fraught relationship with his chief commander, Erich von Manstein, who with each week that passes, grows increasingly anxious about pulling off a successful attack.
Manstein wishes to go early, Hitler wishes to go later. This is one of the most tension-fraught moments within the Wehrmacht's high command.
Anything you like.
To many, Hitler's indecision is another sign that he's far from the supreme commander that he once was.
And it tells a lot about Hitler's state of mind. After all these failures and after all these defeats in early 1943, he really was afraid of making another decisive error.
And he was even more jittery and nervous before Kursk. You know, he understood that this was like a terrible risk he was taking, but an essential risk.
Fair travel.
6 weeks later, on the morning of the 5th of July, Hitler's soldiers are still dug in on the front line around Kursk. Suddenly, the earth beneath their feet begins to shudder, and the sky is set ablaze.
Just when they thought they were coming in with this massive offensive, boom, hell erupts around them.
A bombardment of Soviet artillery and mortar rains down on thousands of German troops.
And this is where the artillery is the god of war. This cacophony, deafening sound, and I can only imagine what that was like from the German point of view, to be on the receiving end of that.
Shocked German units scramble to respond. Hitler's wonder weapons that he's been desperately waiting for are now ready and have recently reached the front line. But the Germans pay a high price for Hitler's delay. Somehow, the Red Army have received word of the enemy's initial assault.
There's a lot of speculation as to how the Soviets knew that the Germans were going to attack. Some think that perhaps they captured somebody who told them. Perhaps there was a deserter. There are all sorts of stories. But nevertheless, the Soviets were pre-warned and were expecting the German attack.
The German attack is based on the classic Blitzkrieg operation. The only drawback is that it misses one key element of Blitzkrieg, which was, of course, surprise. The Russians knew it was coming.
The Germans retaliate by unleashing more shells than they used in the France and Poland campaigns combined.
The German artillery responded by an even more massive strike with an amount of ammunition never used before. It must have given them the thought that we will now really start a battle where we will crush the Soviets.
Leading the German assault on Kursk from the north is General Walter Model, nicknamed Hitler's fireman thanks to his ability to rescue bad situations on the battlefield.
I need time.
Model's a really tough character. He's absolutely hard-nosed towards himself, towards fellow officers, and towards the troops under his command. You know, Hitler once turned to an associate and was talking about Model and said, Model, he'll get the job done, but I wouldn't want to serve under him.
Model's directive is for his 9th Army in the north to smash through the Soviet front line and advance 50 miles towards Kursk as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the south, under Manstein, 4th Panzer Army will close in on Kursk, covering a distance of 65 miles. The Germans plan to reach Kursk in no more than 10 days.
At some point, these two pincers will meet in the middle, perhaps on the high ground east of Kursk, and pinch off all Soviet forces in the salient.
first day of the battle with support from the Luftwaffe and artillery, Modal's troops in the north achieve initial success, managing to knock out 42 Soviet tanks, losing only 2 of their own. Despite their early gains, the Germans in both the north and the south soon face a big problem. The most formidable defenses of World War II. Tank traps, barbed wire snares, over 500,000 mines, and more than 3,000 miles of trenches.
By the time the Germans attacked Kursk, it was the strongest fortress in the world. To have been a German soldier on that first day would have been absolutely terrifying. The Russians would put 10 guns together and fire at single vehicles going towards them. It was absolute carnage.
The Soviets have upped their game. No army in the world dug itself in deeper. It's going to be tough going everywhere.
The Germans assumed, because the attack had been put off for so long, that the Russians would have pretty advanced defences, but they had no idea it was going to be quite as impressive as it was.
The biggest loss the Germans are experiencing in the north is a loss of time, momentum, initiative. They've hit a brick wall.
To pull together a defense of this was not easy. There would have been thousands of engineers who walked over the battlefield step by step, marked the location of various kinds of fire points and defensive points and trench communication systems before the digging began.
German generals such as Model are convinced that it must have been more than Hitler's delay that helped the Red Army build such precise defenses.
It's an astonishing achievement. How did they know?
3 months earlier, and 2,000 miles away from the battlefield of Kursk, in a Victorian mansion house in the English countryside, the nation's brightest minds are decrypting secret messages of the Nazi war machine.
Bletchley Park was full of code breakers, mathematicians, and scientists, all working very, very hard to try and decrypt the Nazi codes. So, for example, when they were about to invade North Africa, they knew when and where the attacks were going to take place. This was hugely important.
But as the code breakers of Bletchley Park work around the clock to feed intelligence to the Western Allies, one of their colleagues, a quiet, Cambridge-educated Scotsman named John Cairncross, is secretly gathering intelligence for a very different purpose.
John Cairncross was one of the Cambridge Five, one of the famous spies who worked for the Soviet Union before, during, and even after World War II. The British, of course, considered them to be traitors, but they were often motivated by what they believed to be helping the Soviet Union against fascism and convinced themselves that they were doing the right thing.
They were feeding really top-level information from the very top of the British Foreign Office and other parts of the British establishment, including Bletchley Park, to Stalin.
After joining Bletchley Park a year earlier, Cairncross has discovered a way to smuggle out papers containing decrypted German military information left behind by his colleagues.
And instead of picking these up and destroying them, which you would have thought they would do, they just left them lying around on the floor, and then they were just cleaned up for the next day. And John Cairncross went around and picked them up and stuffed them in his trousers. And then when he had his leave, he went to London and he met his Soviet Secret Service agent and gave over this information to him.
From there, Cairncross's treasure trove of Nazi secrets is quickly passed on to Stalin in Moscow.
Stalin was so paranoid that he didn't always trust the information that he was getting from the Allies. However, they did, of course, trust the information that they got from John Cairncross, who was their man at Bletchley Park.
The stolen papers reveal a wealth of information about the German plans for Kursk, including crucial details about the Luftwaffe.
He was able to locate the aerodromes behind the German lines so that they knew where the Luftwaffe were coming from.
This information is what allowed the Soviets to carry out their preemptive strike on German airfields at the start of May, during which 500 planes were destroyed. But that's not all.
They got specifications about the Tiger tank, which meant that the Soviets could produce shells that could attack the Tiger tank. They got specific positions of where the Germans were going to go with their tanks and their armies and so on. So the Soviets more or less knew where the battle was going to take place.
Nowhere is this intelligence more apparent than on the battlefields of Ponyri, a village with a key railway station just 45 miles north of Kursk. Despite facing vast defenses, Model is convinced that if his 9th Army can break through at Ponyri, Kursk will be theirs for the taking.
As Model's forces grind their way forward, very, very slowly at 12 miles in a week, the focus of the battle is the road that leads down to Kursk. I mean, that's the main artery which Model is operating. And this obscure little place in the Soviet Union becomes the focus of Model's drive to the south and also Soviet determination to keep the Germans from Kursk.
Railway lines are always very important. The Ponyri station was a very crucial point, and the Soviets had especially well prepared in this area.
On the 6th of July, the Germans and the Red Army go head-to-head in what becomes one of the bloodiest battles on the Eastern Front.
Here, Ponyri is the cutting edge, the red hot fulcrum of the struggle. You've got to fight to the death. When you told Russians to
sent down the Germans.
outsiders as being quite a grotesque individual. He was overweight, overbearing, had bad breath, he sweated profusely, and his office was like a pigsty.
After successfully treating Hitler for stomach cramps in 1936, Hitler hired Morell to be his full-time personal physician, a position he maintains for the next 9 years.
Hitler was a chronic hypochondriac, and he claimed to have all sorts of ailments, from bad eyesight, which he claimed was a result of a gas attack in the First World War, chronic stomach pains, diarrhea, gas, and eczema. In the early years, Dr. Morell prescribed a healthy regime for Hitler, giving him vitamins and glucose in an attempt to keep his health as good as it could be.
But Morell's treatments soon take a strange turn.
Morell had Hitler taking all sorts of pills. One of them had an ingredient of rat poison or strychnine to help with his gastric problems, and another contained a gun cleaner. He also started to give Hitler a series of injections, some of them containing bull semen, and this was to help his virility and his libido. These bizarre treatments give us a great insight into both doctor and patient, the doctor verging on quackery, and the Fuhrer's willingness to try these remedies.
By 1943, as the tide of war turns against Hitler, his mental and physical well-being begins to spiral.
Hitler became more and more erratic. His moods were very low. It was clear that he was falling apart.
At the height of Hitler's drug consumption, Morell is administering up to 28 different medications a day, including cocaine, earning him the nickname the Reichmaster of Injections. As Hitler's drug addiction grows, the northern assault on Kursk is spluttered to an all-out standstill. Any hope of victory now rests solely on Manstein's units in the south.
On the southern face of the salient, the Germans made better progress. Whereas there's a 10-mile advance in the north, it's 3 times that in the south.
Leading the advance on the south is Commander Hermann Hoth's 4th Panzer Army, spearheaded by the infamous Death's Head Division.
So this is Hitler's elite. And anytime the Waffen-SS is on a sector of the battlefield, one thing you can be sure of, these will be full-strength German divisions. And that's hardly true for anywhere else on the Eastern Front by 1943.
By the 11th of July, Hoth and Manstein's units are just 50 miles from Kursk and are amassing around the sleepy village of Prokhorovka. Meanwhile, racing in to defend the area are Stalin's mechanized units, led by Commander Pavel Rodmistrov of the 5th Guards Tank Army.
Prokhorovka, though it was a small town, it was a very major town, because if you capture Prokhorovka, all roads to Kursk are open, and for the commanders of the Red Army it was also clear you have to defend Prokhorovka at any cost.
At 6:30 in the morning, on the 12th of July, the first tanks start rolling towards each other.
There's a thick fog on the battlefield. There is quite literally German columns heading east and Soviet columns heading west, tank columns on the same road.
As the fog clears, a brutal battle of steel on steel begins. Over the next 24 hours, more than 1,000 armored vehicles and anti-tank guns become embroiled in one of the largest tank battles in history.
Prokhorovka is the climax of the entire Panzer tank era in the 20th century. It's the sort of mechanized equivalent of hand-to-hand conflict. Tanks driving right into each other.